think he's just finishing the press conference.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk, please.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Councillor Willens.
Here.
Councillor Paleschi.
Present.
Councillor Medeiros.
Here.
Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini.
Good morning, I'm here.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
Councillor Dillon.
Here.
And Chair Bowman is present. All 10 members are present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Before we start our business on today's meeting agenda, I wish to acknowledge today, April 28th, and observed annually is the National Day of Mourning. This day is dedicated to remembering those who've lost their lives or suffered injury or illness on the job or due to a work-related tragedy. Not only do we acknowledge frontline workers in the pandemic situation, we also acknowledge all workers who must be guaranteed a safe environment to perform their jobs. We also remember Emily Victoria Vegas, a 13-year-old Brampton resident who tragically passed away last week from COVID-19. Please join me in a 2-minute period of silence and personal reflection to remember Emily and in observation of the National Day of Mourning. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, please enter the chat function to add your name in the speakers list. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add a couple of things. Number one is an announcement regarding Mental Health Week, which is May 3rd to May 9th. And there's also a delegation on this particular item and topic from Mark Cohen related to his campaign for Mental Health Awareness Week, if I could add those two things. And I'm not sure if Mayor Brown is back. Mr. Clerk, do you see if Mayor Brown is here yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not at the moment. I do see Mayor Brown is connected, yes.
Okay, so I think Mayor Brown wanted to add something as well in camera and had asked me to make sure it's added in case he's not able to be here on time.
I just got on the conference, the city council meeting.
Okay.
I believe Samir has the wording.
Through the mayor, the item that we discussed, it can actually be discussed in open, if you like.
but there are some identifiable individuals named.
Okay, in that case, let's keep it enclosed for the reason that was previously discussed. So, Mr. Chair, through you, the proposed item then would be 15.3, an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Through the chair, I would add to that identifiable individuals as well. Okay. And personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Really sorry about that.
No problem.
There was an item that was deferred to this week in terms of ethnic media, but staff has requested that we defer it again. Unfortunately, there was some staff members who were not here. They were absent from work, and so I'd like to just defer 10.3.1 to the next committee.
All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Palashi, a question?
I do have a question through you, Mr. Chair. With this added item to be put into closed and the solicitor saying that there's an open portion of that added item, I'd like to know what the open portion of the added item is, and for it to be listed on the agenda as well.
So,
Okay, do we have a comment from the solicitor?
yes, through the chair, there is. I didn't intend there to say there was an open portion. I think after we've had the discussion, there may be motions or statements that council may want to bring in open, which would be perfectly fine.
To the city solicitor, can I say what the general subject is without identifying the individuals? To answer Councillor Palashi's question?
Yes, you may.
Councillor Palashi, it's an update on the Anzola lawsuit appeal.
Okay, Councillor Palashi, does that answer your question?
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing nobody else, we have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to approve the agenda. Anyone opposed? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Instead of seeking a recorded vote on this item, there is nobody opposed. So that motion carries. Thank you very much. Meetings of municipal councils are open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well, with a few precautions and limitations. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways. Watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archive video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in a meeting, or submitting questions with the agenda, business, and decisions made by Committee of Council today, emailing at city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15-minute public question period before the end of the meeting. Moving on to Section 3, Declarations of Interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be discussed on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the meeting. We will move on to consent. Consent motion process. I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Subject to the consent motion for approval. Announcements, delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, member question period. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. Legislative Services Section 8.3.1 Minutes Accessibility Advisory Committee. Being none. Economic Development Section 9.2.1 Staff Report re Bio9 Ventures Request to the City of Brampton. Seeing none. Corporate Services Section, 10.2.3, Staff Report Tax Adjustments, Cancellations, and Reductions pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001. Seeing none. 10.2.4, Staff Report, City of Brampton 5G Hyperconnectivity Issues. Options, sorry. Seeing none. Public Works and Engineering Section, 11.2.1, Staff Report, Request to begin procurement to rehabilitate the Bartley Bull Parkway Bridge over Etobicoke Creek and replace the Jane Archdeacon Park pedestrian bridge over Etobicoke Creek in Ward 3. Seeing none. 11.3.1 minutes, Environmental Advisory Committee. Seeing none. Community Services Section, Staff Report, Municipal Alcohol Policy 2021 Refresh. Seeing none. Closed Section, 15.1, Open Meeting Exception under Section 239/2 of the Municipal Act, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. Hold. There is a hold on that. Thank you.
That's 15.1, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. 15.2, open meeting exception under Section 239. Personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and or litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Hold. Thank you very much. Both those items are held. The clerk will now summarize those items to be included on the consent motion for approval.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, item 8.3.1, Minutes Accessibility Advisory Committee is added to consent. Item 9.2.1, a staff report, Bio9 Ventures request to the City of Brampton is on consent. And plus the following items are on consent. 10.2.3, a staff report regarding tax adjustments, cancellations, reductions pursuant to the Municipal Act. 10.2.4, staff report regarding the 5G hyperconnectivity options. 11.2.1, a staff report regarding a request to begin procurement to rehabilitate the Bartley Bull Parkway Bridge. Item 11.3.1, Minutes Environment Advisory Committee. Item 12.2.1, staff report regarding Municipal Alcohol Policy 2021 Refresh. Held for consent is item 15, or excuse me, held for debate in closed session is item 15.1, held by Councillor Singh. And item 15.2 has been held. And Mr. Chair, through to members of committee, I didn't get which member had held that item.
I think it was Councillor Singh.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Singh has held both of the items.
Councillor Singh?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to approve the consent motion. As per our trial process agreed to by council, the consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, please.
All members in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Bowman.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will now move on to announcements. 5.1, announcement by Regional Councillor Santos regarding Mental Health Awareness Week, May 3rd to 9th. Councillor Santos is the councillor sponsor and will be making the announcement. We also had the added delegation, but I'm not sure whether Mark got on or not. Can you confirm that, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, Mark has joined the meeting, so he is in the attendee list, and we can bring him in if committee wishes to deal with the delegation after this announcement.
Okay, I will hand it over to Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Chair, Mark Cohen is a local resident who started a mental health awareness campaign for mental health awareness next week. I'm wearing the shirt that he's promoting. I know that Councillor Bowman, Councillor Willens, and other councillors have participated in supporting the cause as well. And when I visited him on, there you go, when I visited Mark to pick up my shirts last week, he shared with me some personal stories about why Mental Health Awareness Week is so important to him and why he started this campaign. And so I really felt inspired to make sure that we took time to announce Mental Health Awareness Week next week and acknowledge the fact that many of us have been dealing with a lot of mental health issues, especially during this pandemic. And this upcoming week, the Canadian Mental Health Association has created a theme for Mental Health Awareness Week from May 3rd to May 9th. And it's called #GetReal about how you feel. Name it, don't numb it. And I'll just read kind of their description. Even in times of extreme anxiety and stress, mental health is something we can protect, not just something we can lose. This CMHA Mental Health Week, we focus on naming, expressing, and dealing with our emotions, the ones we like and the ones that we don't, because it's important for our mental health. Heavy feelings lighten when you put them into words. When we voice our emotions, the pain gives way. So let's understand and name how we feel: angry, glad, frustrated, sad. It's all good. This Mental Health Week, don't be uncomfortably numb. #GetReal about how you feel, and name it, don't numb it. And so I just wanted to make that announcement and make sure that if you haven't participated in supporting Mark Cohen's T-shirt campaign to raise awareness and end the stigma and also be open about talking about mental health, please do consider participating. And on that note, I would invite, if I could at this time, Mark Cohen to delegate on this topic as well.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Mark?
Mark, I'm just going to...
Hello.
Go ahead, Mark. You can address the committee now.
Hi, my name is Mark, and I started this campaign with the T-shirts because of what I've experienced during the pandemic. So back in October, I just didn't feel like myself, and I just was very down on myself. My family wasn't supportive. Back in November, we all got tested positive for COVID-19, and that went on for about 2 weeks. My brother got tested positive when he went into the hospital, and he passed away on December the 13th from COVID-19, and my best friend as well. And it took me down to even a further downhill where I didn't know if I wanted to live anymore. And I had to fight my thoughts every day just to be here today. And I thought about what can I do to give back to the community, and I wanted to do this for mental health, and we need to start this conversation. And I know that the pandemic has hit a lot of people, not physically and mentally. So that's what this campaign is about.
Thank you very much, Mark. That's a truly moving story, and I'm glad that I was able to meet you and participate in this as well. Councillor Santos, did you have any other comments?
I did. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and to the delegate. I just really wanted to thank you for your courage to publicly get real with how you feel. And certainly you and I had a conversation about your personal story and know that you have our support, and thank you for reaching out and getting the help that you need in order to cope and deal with such a difficult situation in your life. So thank you very much. And those are all my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos, and thank you, Mark. Councillor Santos, will you move receipt of the delegation?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Councillor Williams would like to speak after the delegation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see her online. Sorry, Councillor Williams.
No problem. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Mark, thank you so much again for what you were doing. Can you just let everybody know how they can participate and, how they can get a T-shirt or even donate?
Yes. So I have an email, which is my first name and last name, markcowen@79@gmail.com. or you can contact me through my cell number, which I can provide to different counselors if they want them. So essentially, you can donate by emailing e-transfer or donating cash and deliver it to my house. Eventually, May the 30th, because I'm doing this for a whole month, due to the fact that police and other forces uses the Green Mental Health applet for the month to support mental health. May the 30th is when I'll be making all the donations to Canadian Mental Health Association, which I'll be also making a post online at too. So.
That's great. So May 31st is the deadline, and everybody can get their t-shirts through sending you an email. Thank you so much for what you're doing. And like I told you yesterday, you are a very, very strong individual, and you are inspiring so many people out there. Just this step and speaking about it, you are giving people the power to take control and fight their mind as well. So thank you again. And that's right, the end of this month, of next month of May. And I want to encourage as well everyone to get their t-shirt, put on their boxing gloves, and take back control and live healthy. So thank you again, Mark.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I see Councillor Paleshi made a comment. Thank you, Mark. Look forward to seeing my t-shirts. Michael, Councillor Paleshi, did you want to speak?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mark, for doing this. This is absolutely perfect timing, as my assistant Anjan is right now outside your house waiting for this delegation to conclude so she could pick up the t-shirts that we ordered. So thank you so much for doing this. You're a true hero in the city of Brampton. We love you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. And so, Councillor Santos, will you receive the delegation?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you very much, Mark, and best of luck raising as much money as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to Government Relations Matters, 6.1 staff update on Government Relations Matters. Blaine Lucas is here with the presentation for committee. Welcome, Blaine.
Welcome, and thank you, and through Chair Bowman. I'll begin with a review of the Peel Region Committee of Council agenda items relevant to the City of Brampton that's scheduled for tomorrow. We could move forward to the second slide, please. Perfect. The Peel Regional Council is not scheduled this week. The next council meeting will take place on May 13th, 2021. But I would like to highlight this morning two items scheduled for discussion at the Planning and Growth Management Committee. We can move to the next slide, please. I just wanted to start with item 5.2, Land Need Assessment and Intensification Analysis. Represents a staff presentation on a technical study that determines how much land is needed to accommodate forecasted growth. The Lands Need and Intensification Analysis is a technical study that identifies how much land is needed to accommodate growth. The land needs and intensification analysis must be completed based on a methodology developed by the province and is a required part of the region's municipal comprehensive review process. There are two categories of lands considered through the land needs and intensification analysis. The first is the community area, lands for population, commercial, and industrial institutional growth, and the employment area, land specifically for employment growth, business parks, and industrial lands. The study identifies how much of the forecasted population and job growth can be accommodated within municipal boundaries through intensification in the built-up areas and existing designated greenfield area lands. If there's more growth forecasted than can be accommodated through the existing urban boundary, then the study determines how much urban expansion area may be required. Where this expansion might take place is not considered as part of the analysis. City staff continue to voice concerns with the population allocation to Brampton, which is reported low compared to the forecast. City staff have been reiterating this point to the region and will continue to do so. If we could move forward to the next slide, please. Alrighty, next item I'd like to highlight is item 5.3. It's a draft inclusionary zoning feasibility analysis and policy directions. The draft feasibility analysis assessed case studies of 15 major transit station areas, corridors, and the results indicate that the inclusionary zoning may be feasible for residential condominium projects. This would include a mix of condominiums and other housing options. The report identifies the region's stronger market areas that also include the Huron-Ontario corridor and downtown Brampton. Coordination of implementing inclusionary zoning with the timing of large public sector investments such as transit improvements represents the greatest potential for successful inclusionary zoning policy. The city has consulted with the region, and staff commented on the draft report as outlined on slide 4. City staff also support the recommendation from the region. City staff will continue discussions and ongoing engagement with colleagues from the region of Peel on this issue. We could move forward to slide 5, please. The slide provides an overview of significant steps taken by Peel Public Health in response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, mainly an updated Section 22 order on workplaces that direct all businesses with 5 or more cases of COVID-19 in the previous 14 days to close for a 10-day period. We can move to the next slide, please. Our provincial highlight for this week addresses the ongoing rollout of the COVID-19 vaccinations and broadening of the eligibility criteria to people 40 years and older. In addition, the provincial legislature also passed Bill 269 on April 27th, Protecting the People of Ontario Act, the Budget Measures Act, and enacted the next phase of the province's ongoing COVID-19 response. The government's total investment in protecting people's health has grown to $16.3 billion and includes $1 billion to enable and support COVID-19 vaccinations. The additional highlights of the legislation include a focus on workplaces, businesses, and communities with a $2.3 billion allocated for testing and contact tracing, protecting frontline workers and vulnerable people of the community with $1.4 billion for personal protective equipment, and investing an additional $5.1 billion to support hospitals, creating more than 3,100 additional hospital beds. We could move forward to the next slide, please. All right, slide 7. This slide provides an overview of the provincial consultation on municipal codes of conduct, including comments from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and their board's recommendation submitted to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Members of council received a briefing note outlining the consultation process and hyperlink to the online survey. The consultation phase is open for a period of 90 days and can be conducted and completed online. The province accepts input from the public while encouraging formal submissions from members of municipal council. The online survey will be available until July 15th, 2021. We could move forward to the next slide, please. In federal updates, last week the federal government tabled the 2021 budget. The public affairs staff provided members of council with a briefing note outlining the contents of the budget. Staff continue to analyze the information to identify potential opportunities for the city. In other developments, on April 22nd, the Minister of Transportation announced suspension of all commercial and private passenger flights arriving in Canada from India and Pakistan for a period of 30 days. We could move forward to the next slide. All right, the final slide for this week provides an overview of the proposed advocacy topics for the 2021 Association of Municipalities Ontario Conference. As part of the, as of Monday, April 26th, the request for AMO conference delegation meetings is now open. The public affairs staff will proceed to secure delegation meetings with ministers to discuss the city priorities identified by members of council. The final point I'd like to make is a reminder that early board registration deadline for the conference is Friday, April 30th. and the public affairs staff is available to assist with the registration of members of council as required. So that concludes the presentation for government relations issues this week. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Blaine. We have a question from Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I guess when I see these presentations, you know, a comment that we have had consistently is, you know, I appreciate that you collect this information and essentially you're pulling it from different sources. And you know, one thing I'd like to see, and we talked about it before, so we're advocating on these issues that are going to AMO. And, you know, when we think about the motions that we've moved, for example, we passed for a federal EA on the GTA West Corridor on 413, and this council moved that motion unanimously. So I don't see a report against what activity we're doing from an intergovernmental perspective to move that agenda. So, you know, in part of the presentation that you provide, you know, it would be great to see reporting against the activity, because, you know, if we're waiting just for AMO, or if we're waiting for, you know, the councillors or the mayor more so to just connect with political counterparts, and I'm sure there's probably a lot of activity going on, I'd like to see how you capture the activity and work that goes into moving our files. So capturing, reporting against, for example, you know, high order transit, and having some subsection of bullets of what's the activity over that month in terms of, you know, staff meetings, in terms of meeting letters that were sent. I'd like to see more action items reported against these type of activities that we're asking for, you know. So I do appreciate that we provide this sort of contextual piece, and you pull this information for general broad overview. But I personally, you know, question and wonder, for example, how are we going out there and pushing the agenda and following up and ensuring that you have staff who are, you know, on the call, speaking to bureaucrats, pushing the agenda, and report back to us so that we're moving the needle. You know, so I don't need an answer today, but, you know, for example, you know, that's something I would expect, and I don't know if I need an official motion, but I would expect that your group go away, think about it, and just sort of let us know how you're sort of, you know, what activities happening during the year to push forth our agenda. So, for example, the federal EA for the GTA West Corridor, I'd like to see what staff are doing about that issue and how we plan on advocating for that issue. And I wouldn't suggest we just wait for AMO or FCM or any of that stuff.
Through Chair Bowman to the councillor, I appreciate the feedback, sir. So one of the things we have been working at is a strategy to, as per previous discussions at either council or committee of council, to separate the regional agenda items with the provincial and federal items. So we're working on that as well, and I do completely agree. One of the things I'm working on is trying to more closely align the government relations component with also the corporate projects team, so that all the term of council priorities that are managed by the corporate projects team are aligned directly with government relations. So the other thing I do understand, sir, I'd also like to make sure that we're reporting on, you know, the key issues, what success or what movement we've made on those items in support of council, and making sure that I'm presenting that to members of council on a regular basis. So that information and that feedback, sir, is incredibly helpful. And we want to find a way to make sure that the information that we pull together and the updates that we provide is the information that is beneficial to members of council. So I will take that back, sir, and I will come up with a strategy to make sure that you receive the information that you require. And one of the things, too, that I'm working on is bringing all the individual portfolios within our division to make sure that they're aligned and information is easily and equally shared between all members of our team. So yeah, I appreciate that feedback.
And through the chair, Blaine, I'm not looking for, you know, in-depth, detailed information, but, you know, in a previous life, I worked in intergovernmental affairs at the province, and it could be just simply state what our priority is and just state the activity. So meeting May 14th with these officials, May 15th, phone calls. It's just to let us know what activity, because we basically, we come here, we do this sort of summary of all the activities, but I personally don't know, besides what I hear, the mayor maybe having a conversation, or there's a funding announcement, or a couple of councillors got to speak to, one member or another. So it would be great to see how we're advocating and what's our intergovernmental strategy and how we're reporting against it. So I'm sure there's a lot of level of activity, and we would just like, high level, but if there's a way that you can communicate to us that this is being something that's done throughout the year and we're not just pulling information off of websites and putting it in a presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the presentation. Any opposed? Seeing none, thank you very much, Blaine.
Thank you, sir.
We will move on now for the COVID-19 emergency update. Mayor Brown has been providing regular weekly updates to council and committee at our meetings. I'd like to now invite the mayor to provide an update to committee today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just turning my video on, and I will share this weekly update. Thank you, Chair Bowman. So we continue to be in a challenging dynamic environment in Peel Region. The positivity rate as of today in Brampton is 22.2%. The Peel Region average is 18%. Our reproduction rate has ticked down a little bit. It's now 1.01 in Brampton, 0.94 in Caledon, and 1 in Mississauga. There has been over 8,519 B117 variants in Brampton, 661 in Caledon, 5,285 in Mississauga. We've seen 44 P1 lineages in Brampton, 3 in Caledon, and 22 in Mississauga. We haven't seen the Indian variant yet in Peel, but that mutated variant could be showing up soon. Now that it's in Ontario, I think we have to work on that assumption. There's been a real focus on more vaccines for the hotspots, which Brampton meets that threshold by a country mile. The province has promised that there is going to be potentially up towards a 50% allocation to hotspots. That's what the Ontario Science Table recommended. And so far, what the schedule is in May, we're going to see 13% of the vaccine allocation. So this is progress. At one point, we were 6%. At one point, we were 9%, then 10%. Don't forget, we are 10.5% of the provincial population in Peel. So now that we're up to 13% for May, it's progress, but I would like to see us at 20% because we have 20% of Peel's, of Ontario's COVID cases. And if we had 20% of the vaccines, we could really target essential workplaces, have more pop-up clinics. The biggest issue continues to be supply. I should also note that our advocacy on the airport last week as a council, and thank you, Councillor Peleschi, for speaking out on that, did make a difference. I know that we were part of the conversation that led to flights being canceled from India and Pakistan out of concern that it would lead to more variants coming to Canada. Dr. Lowe spoke in favor of this request, saying that he felt it would help protect Peel Region in Canada. The concern is it really is a half measure. They can still do non-direct flights. So when they previously canceled flights to the UK, the travel companies the airlines simply rescheduled flights through other locations. And so our worry is the hotspots are not limited to India and Pakistan. And even with India and Pakistan, they can still book non-direct flights. So we're going to have to keep up our advocacy on that. This city council has been outspoken when it comes to paid sick days, and we made some progress there. The province is announcing a $1,000 supplement to the federal benefit, but details are still to come, and so we're waiting on those details. Paid sick days would make a difference. 25% of our COVID cases in Peel Region since August through contact tracing have come from people going into work sick. So this is a huge issue. I should also note they have started some of the the pop-up clinics, and I'll share that information with you. We could use a lot more of this, but there's going to be pop-up clinics at Maple Lodge, Maple Leaf, and Amazon. That's already started for everyone over 18. Given this is the month of Ramadan, there's also going to be pop-up clinics at the Brampton Islamic Center, the Muslim Association of Canada. We're also anticipating pop-ups at the Dixie Gajora, the Bramalea Civic Center, and the Malton Masjid. Those should be in the period of April 30th to May 11th. Those are the anticipated dates. And I'm told from Dr. Lowe we could see 13 more announced, 13 more pop-up clinics. So our constant harassing of our provincial partners is starting to pay some dividends because we're getting these pop-up clinics. But really, we could use 100 of them, not 13. So picture continues to remain difficult, but we are making progress on some of our central asks from the province. I spoke to the Premier 3 times this week, and the last call was he's working on getting us any business that needs it, any business over 50, an allocation of rapid tests. So Claire Barnett from our Economic Development Office is working with us on that, and the Premier's office to help facilitate rapid tests for businesses in our community. Now, that's not a solution. It is something that helps. As Dr. Lowe said this morning, rapid test, paid sick days, these are all mitigation tools to help prevent COVID into the workplace, but they are not foolproof. But it's good that we're getting more tools. On that note, I'm happy to take any questions that there are.
Thank you very much for the update, Mr. Mayor. We do have questions. Councillor Singh.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you for the update, Mayor Brown. It's been really a tough time. Some of the calls I've had to take have been devastating and disheartening. But we try to work together with Peel Public Health and William Osler as much as we can. I do want to bring up 2 things. One, yesterday had a fruitful conversation with Mr. Horvath and Terry Miller, and CARP is doing a petition, and I would like the city to support it. And every councillor got an email about it, but it actually is a theme that you just brought up, that the Science Advisory Table recommendations be supported and followed, and this stemmed from some of the issues around essential workplaces not getting the necessary allocation of vaccinations and other issues, and this petition was also started and really took off after Emily's passing away, which was very unfortunate. So I would ask that we support CARP's petition officially, and secondly, the news out of India, I would be remiss. I know we have our hands full, but India is just being devastated right now, and that's been the second sort of nature of calls I've been getting. And I know we have our hands full here, but the federal government is looking to support India, and I just want to add our voice that it would be helpful. We are concerned about vaccinations locally, but they don't even have oxygen. The videos are just devastating and gut-wrenching to watch, and whatever way we can help with the federal government deems appropriate. I just want to show as councillors and as a council we support that initiative, and given the large diaspora in Brampton as well, I think our residents will appreciate it as well. So those would be the 2 motions I would like to move forward, all written by you, Mayor Brown, on behalf of council, if you approve and if council approves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before I would just say I would welcome those. I just said welcome those motions, and would be happy to write that on behalf of the city if that's the wish of council. And just to say to Councillor Singh, the footage out of India is absolutely heartbreaking. It's difficult to watch those videos. I know I was reached out this morning to Dr. Dubey, who's a well-respected Hindu pundit, and he's doing a local fundraiser in Brampton to try to collect funds to support. I know I'm going to support his efforts, but anything else we can do, I'm happy to be supportive of.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Before we look at these motions, we do have more speakers on the list, so we'll move to Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit frustrated again this morning. I guess mainly after the Minister of Health's comments how Brampton's been treated fairly. And Mr. Mayor, you mentioned a few of the pop-up vaccination centers. It was my understanding, though, that Maple Lodge Farms and Amazon, I don't know whether you consider them pop-up or not, but they're only for their employees. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is correct. They're for their employees right now. That's based on vaccine supply. A lot of these companies have offered to not only do their employees, these companies have offered to do the family members of employees and the broader community. And so as we get more vaccine supply, we can do that. I'm told from Dr. Lowe that some of the pop-up clinics they're planning for May, when we get a little bit more supply, will also include families and local community.
Supply. So from my understanding then, the only pop-up vaccination center that we actually have in Brampton is the Brampton Islamic Center, because they've stated that you don't have to be a part of their congregation, you don't have to be Muslim, you can be anybody to come and get vaccinated at the center.
So yes, and I imagine those appointments will be booked up almost immediately. I think they may already be booked up, but they are going to have one at the Bramalea Civic Center with an organization called Roots. And also, they believe that the pop-up clinics that are set up at the Dixie Gurdwara will also help service Brampton. But, these are the initial ones that are being rolled out right now. Dr. Lowe said there'll be 13 more announced.
Yeah, and Toronto's already had about, well, they have 2 new ones almost every day that I see them on the news, their pop-up locations.
Yeah, Toronto's had a more reliable vaccine supply than Peel Region.
Which leads me into kind of my next comments. Last week, I asked the Regional Council to hold more meetings in terms of the COVID update and COVID situations. I've asked twice now, and I leave it up to the regional chair to call those meetings. We don't meet for another 3 weeks after the last meeting. I also asked regional staff to investigate our own vaccine supply. Coincidentally, we received an email within a few days after that from a doctor that advising us how we can actually fill our own supply from Pfizer. So now I'm going to move a motion here at the City of Brampton, because I don't feel like I was taken very seriously at the region with members of council and mayors shaking their head no, saying that we can't do that. Even the regional chair shaking his head saying we can't do that. So I'd like to move a motion that directs our staff to investigate our own supply of vaccines for the City of Brampton through Pfizer and this Dr. Charles Taylor, I believe his name was, and I think all regional councillors got the email. I'm not sure if city councillors got the email too. Councillor Bowman, you're shaking your head. Yes, you did.
I'm sorry, Councillor Paleshi, are you asking if I got the email?
Yeah, from this Dr. Taylor, did you get an email?
I think we did get an email from a Dr. Taylor yesterday, yes.
Okay, there was one again sent yesterday as well, yes.
Okay.
And I think he sent 3 now. So I'd like staff to investigate our own supply from Pfizer. If staff do not know of the emails that I'm talking about, I will send them all to them if somebody can give me a point person to send them to, and let's try and get our own vaccines, because obviously other levels of government, what's been proven up till now, and I can go into it. I can talk about everything from testing centers where we had none, Mississauga had one, Toronto had 7 at the time. I can keep going and going and going. It's obvious that where we sit on the totem pole of the fact that the other levels of government don't care too much about what's happening in Brampton, so maybe we should start doing it for ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your update. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. So we have 3 motions on the floor now. We will move to Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair, and I won't add a motion. Thank you, Mr. Pleshy, for bringing that forward. My question basically was that I'm getting some emails from the 18 plus group that are concerned. Perhaps maybe, and I think Councillor Pleshy brought that up in his comments as well, but perhaps we can get a very simple and clear message out to the community, because there's a lot of confusion out there about these pop-ups. Councillor Pleshy hit the nail right on the head, that it's basically for their employees only. That doesn't help our residents that don't have family members that work at those places. So maybe we can get a message out there when we can be expecting these, because we are getting emails from that group of important residents. We talk about our youth, so this is one way to show our youth that we care. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Willens.
Thank you,
sorry, Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
No, just thanking Councillor Willens. I agree. I think there's a lot of confusion, and really it's dictated by the lack of supply. Dr. Lowe has told me he would want to vaccinate everyone if he had the supply. Right now, he's doing the best he can with the limited supply that he has.
Just for clarification, yeah, I'm not blaming anybody, Mr. Mayor. I'm just stating what's happening out there in the emails that we're getting, and I know Dr. Lowe is doing a great job. I mean, we've had an email this morning about what a good job he's doing. So I just think we need to have a very clear and simple communication message out to the residents of that age group.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willens. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do agree with some of the comments being made and concerns being raised by my colleagues. The communication rollout for the vaccinations, in particular the last minute changes yesterday, which seemed to change and roll out minute by minute, with like postal codes suddenly being announced for 18 plus, and then people commenting that everything is booked, and there's a lot of confusion with how you book your vaccine appointment, etc. There's something that really needs to be tightened up. And I think with the region now meeting a lot later, I'm not sure if it's worth us sending something or asking for better communication when it comes to the rollout of the vaccination process and all of these new announcements. I'm very happy that some of this pressure is working. That's probably causing a lot of last minute decisions to send vaccines to Brampton. It's about time. I'll say, and I share Councillor Paleshi's frustration when I watch the news and I see postal code after postal code being announced for Toronto. Meanwhile, for 3 weeks, we have only one postal code allocated for Brampton at the BAPS Munder. So, I think for us and the frustration with this motion that Councillor Paleshi is bringing forward to investigate the supply of vaccines for Brampton and for us to take it into our own hands, I think that we need to. I think we need to put that extra pressure, regardless of whether or not we can do it or not, because they're not listening. Whether that's the region that's not listening, the province, the feds, I don't know, but they're not listening to the science. They're not listening to the evidence, and it's a little bit too late. Some of it is a little bit late in terms of their reaction from my perspective. In terms of Councillor Singh's motion related to support in India, I think maybe something's coming forward. That is one of the other, I guess, consequences or challenges with Brampton, being one of the most diverse cities in the country is that we have big hearts because we are so connected across the globe. And when tragedy hits, whether that's in St. Vincent or the recent emergency and crisis that India is facing, our residents and we as representatives, we feel it directly because of our connections around the world. So Councillor Singh, I support whatever motion you bring forward to show support for India. And I do have one other comment that Councillor Paleshi made was about the Minister of Health saying that Brampton has been treated fairly. Absolutely not. Brampton has not been treated fairly. And I think folks are delusional to think that we have in this entire pandemic. I apologize, I'm a bit upset because of the recent tragedy we've experienced as a community. My other question is about testing. So on Sunday, I started to, I have allergies and I started to experience some symptoms. And on Sunday evening, I decided to go get tested. It was a very complicated process. I had to go online and see if anything was available online. There was technical glitches with the William Osler site. I went to Peel Memorial. They had no appointments available. They asked me to take a picture of a piece of paper on a wall in order to see what else might be available. I then booked online an appointment at Embassy Grand. I went to Embassy Grand, and quite frankly, I was very concerned about the room I was in when I was being tested. I found the ventilation system to be inadequate. There was only one door to exit. In order to exit, you had to pass by all the various booths where people were being tested, and it was a pretty crammed room. And so my question is, are we looking into, I know that this is a provincial responsibility now, testing is a provincial responsibility now. Are we looking into the model that we had before with South Fletcher's? That model that we had with the drive-through at South Fletcher's, I found safer, more effective, and people waited in line for sure, but I felt safer in that model than certainly the one that is being implemented now. And on that note, I will say that I did get my test results back and they are negative, but I would like to see an improvement and see what is being done to implement a model that we had before with South Fletcher's. If anyone has any response to that, that would be great.
Mary,
through the chair, it's Bill Boys. I can respond if easy.
Sure.
Through the chair, Councillor Santos, yes, we had a discussion yesterday with the LIN and looking at a location in Northwest Brampton to facilitate a drive-through testing center similar to the one that you would have saw with South Fletcher. So we're just, they're doing a site visit actually this week to see and check the feasibility of that site.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, to the Chief, how soon do you think we might be able to see the LIN have that implemented?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, they are looking in the near future, so I will follow up again today and see if they have any more information, but I know it's in the more immediate future, and we've been very clear that as a city we're very supportive and will help them do whatever they need to do to get into that location as quickly as possible.
Thank you, and as quickly as possible, I think, because I will share, and I would not be sharing this publicly if I wasn't concerned. My experience in getting tested on Sunday evening was not a good one. And I would hate to see people contracting COVID-19 simply by going to a testing location. And I do realize that the way that tests are administered are now under the control of the provincial government. And so I'm hoping that somebody from the provincial government will listen, and I will certainly, I've shared my concerns with Dr. Lowe, and I think he's reaching out to the province as well. But whatever we can do to step in and hurry these things along, the better. And again, I will finally say Brampton has not been treated fairly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dillon.
Hi, thank you. So, sorry, just a question to Councillor Singh in regards to the efforts to support and help address the pandemic in India. I'm just wondering if there's specific groups that we could add in there that we still connected back. For example, there's United Six, there's Khalsa Aid, there's Canada India Foundation who are still working to help back home, and so I'm just wondering if we can add some of those specific names, or we can at least work to identify some of those groups that we can work with.
I think that's appropriate. Maybe not in the motion itself, but in the letter, I'd be okay with that because I don't want to miss anybody in the motion and then hear about it after. But I think that's a fair point, and I would take that as a friendly to add in the letter.
Yeah, so we just say we identify then, right? I guess.
Yeah, you can email it to the mayor, CC the clerk to make sure it gets in the letter, or however you want to do it. No problem. I have no problem with that.
Okay. So
just so we don't miss anybody, as you know, if we miss somebody in the motion, then we're gonna hear about it after, right? So yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pleshy, are you back on the board, or were they just comments?
I'll come back on the board just because I think we really need to highlight the fact that the Embassy Grand, and this is, Councillor Santos' perfect example. I spoke about this last week and the week prior that it's not a good. People don't feel safe over there. Not only do they not feel safe, but when somebody goes in for a previous designated time slot to get tested at let's say 6 o'clock, they don't get tested for another hour or more beyond that. And I don't know if that was Councillor Santos's experience as well, but that's what I've heard. And people don't feel safe in the lineups. People don't feel safe inside. So I think that's why we reached out to first I reached out to the region and found out that that the Ontario, the provincial government, has pretty much taken over all testing facilities, and then had Marion and Bill, Chief, talk to them to see what other alternatives they can do. So I think if Bill can maybe talk a little bit more about the opportunity that the Northwest brings in terms of what it could be now and what it could be in the future, I think it is very important as well.
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Pleshy. Yes, in talking with the LHIN, they identified that the Northwest was an area which required a testing facility, and we're looking right up in the Sandalwood and Crediview area right now, and appreciate your assistance in bringing this forward. And it was a really productive conversation yesterday with the LHIN folks, and I think they're excited about trying to fill that gap in the city. And to the drive-through model, I think just given the transmissibility of the variants, I think it's a tremendous option where people can feel safe and be in their car and go through and get tested and then go on their way. So thank you very much.
I think the drive-through model is a perfect model, and I'm sorry that were the ones that had to start the conversation with the others to say this is a good opportunity. Crediview Mobility Hub is a great location for this, but not only for a testing center, but a future drive-through vaccine center, which they're already doing this all over the world, and yet we're here in Canada we have the perfect weather for it now, and it's not being done. So hopefully that that gets done soon, and I share Councillor Santos's frustration. Believe me, it's really unfortunate, especially when you hear ministers saying that we're in good shape. We've never been in good shape. We have one hospital. We've never been, prior to COVID, we've never been in good shape. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Santos is back on the board.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Paleshi and the concept of the drive-through model. I think it's important for us not to leave out those folks who don't have cars and perhaps are either taking the bus or riding their bike or finding a different way to a new testing location. I know that in South Fletchers there was an opportunity to show up there if you didn't have a car as well. So let's just make sure our bases are covered there. And I'll just remind the team that in the beginning of this pandemic, Brampton took the lead. We took the lead. When people were not moving fast enough, we took the lead. And I believe in our team. I believe in our ability to hustle. And if we have to hustle ahead before everybody else, so be it. Because these are our residents who are struggling the most right now, and they need us, especially in this third wave. So whatever we could do to figure out how to get this stuff done, let's just do it for them. Because again, my personal experience at Embassy Grand was not a good one. And I fear that if that's the way that we're testing people, what else is falling to pieces and being treated unfairly within the processes of addressing the pandemic in Brampton. So whatever we could do for our residents team, please, let's make sure that it gets done. We were amazing in the beginning of this pandemic. Let's bring that spirit back and get it done for our residents.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Commissioner Nader would like to comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, just on speaking on following up on Councillor Santos's point, is staff is working and actually is being very aggressive and gone on the offense on proactively reaching out to the LHINs on setting up additional testing sites and vaccination sites, and really being very proactive on giving as much as we can and trying to help out so we can try to get try to manage this situation. So we're just, to Councillor Paleshi's point as well, Councillor Santos, is we're being very proactive in trying to help out as any way that we can.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the motions now. Mr. Clerk, have we put the two motions from Councillor Singh into one? Is that what I see on the board here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so Council, we have the correspondence petition filed by the Brampton chapter of CARP received April 27th, requesting the provincial government to immediately implement the 6 science advisory table recommendations to address COVID-19 be endorsed. That Brampton City Council endorsed as many as may be necessary in support of the federal government's efforts to support and help address COVID-19 pandemic in India, and that the mayor be requested to write to the federal and provincial governments respectively to communicate the position of Brampton City Council on these matters. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that carries. The second motion by Councillor Paleshi, that staff be directed to investigate the supply of vaccines for Brampton from Pfizer in the context of information provided by Dr. Taylor in this regard. Any opposition? A recorded vote's been requested. I will turn it over to you, Mr. Fay.
Members of committee, a recorded vote's been requested on Councillor Paleshi's motion. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Chair Bowman.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you very much. I have a motion by Councillor Fortini to receive the mayor's update. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much for the updates. We move on now to public delegations. 7.1, a possible delegation regarding an amendment to the user fee bylaw, contravention administration costs for driveway paving contractors. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone who has requested to delegate to committee?
There are no requests, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Council will now move on and deal with the related staff report, item 8.2.1 later in the meeting agenda. 7.2, we have a delegation from Sheridan College regarding Sheridan's skilled trades partnership with Magna and entrepreneurship activities at the Brampton Davis campus. We have Renee Devereaux, Director Entrepreneur and Change Making, and Sheridan Skilled Trade Partner. Welcome, Renee, and Daniel Lau, as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I just want to check that you can hear me.
We can, yes.
Okay. And good morning to Mr. Mayor and the members of the committee. I want to thank you for this time on your agenda. And before we begin, I'd like to request an additional 5 minutes for our presentation, if possible.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros has moved additional time. Any opposition? Seeing none, we'll give you an additional 5 minutes, Renee.
Thank you very much. So again, my name's Renee Devereaux, and I'm the Director of EDGE at Sheridan College. And I had the opportunity to meet several of you when Council visited campus in February of last year. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to update you on EDGE and how we're collaborating in Brampton to support entrepreneurs through an especially difficult period. So next slide, please. EDGE is an inclusive hub for impact entrepreneurship that serves the Sheridan community as well as the general public. And we describe impact entrepreneurs as those taking a triple bottom line approach, so people, planet, and profit, to developing new ventures. These are founders who believe entrepreneurship can fuel both social and economic development, and who see innovation as a way to tackle some of society's biggest challenges. We connect those entrepreneurs to the incredible resources at Sheridan, including access to student talent, faculty expertise, and research and development support through Sheridan's 5 research and incubation centers. We also offer co-working space, mentorship, learning programs, and funding. Next slide, please. Since EDGE launched in January 2018, we've supported nearly 300 founders and 240 ventures. Our ventures have created 550 jobs and generated close to $6 million in sales and funding. 70% of our ventures identify as social enterprises, where a social or environmental impact goal is a central goal. 60% are led by founders from historically underrepresented communities. Next slide, please. Building on the success of our Mississauga hub, we were preparing to open a space at the Brampton campus in April of last year. So for obvious reasons, that's been paused, but we look forward to launching the hub, which includes collaboration and co-working spaces and access to meeting rooms. And you can all expect an invitation to visit once we're able. Next slide, please. At any given time, we work closely with 20 to 30 collaborators that include service providers, industry partners, and ecosystem collaborators like the Brampton Entrepreneur Center, RIC Center, and Ryerson Venture Zone. Next slide, please. Our recent collaborations include working with the Brampton Library on a webinar series and several hackathon events. We're grateful for a long-standing collaboration with the Brampton Entrepreneur Center, most recently co-creating supports for idea stage entrepreneurs that included a video series and weekly drop-in mentor sessions. We're also working together on a digital marketing skills development project for small businesses, along with Sheridan's Pilon School of Business. We've recently launched the Engine Room within Sheridan's Center for Advanced Manufacturing and Design Technologies. The Engine Room is a makerspace that provides remote, for now, 3D printing and prototyping services for early stage ventures. Next slide, please. These are some of our Brampton-based ventures that have benefited from Innovation District supports. They range from a film and television production company to a venture offering ethically made luxury woven towels, to a company providing cloud-based software that digitizes production schedules for the manufacturing sector. I'll highlight Kinetica, which was founded by a Sheridan faculty member and promotes healthy movement in children and youth through biomechanics education. They were among the winners of Ryerson Venture Zone's first Health Innovation Challenge, so a good example of a shared success from our ecosystem. Next slide. In the coming months, we're exploring how to grow the engine room to serve more entrepreneurs and include research support from Sheridan's engineering students. We're continuing to work with the Brampton Innovation District partners to ensure entrepreneurs at many stages can find coordinated support in Brampton. And finally, we're launching a second cohort of a social venture incubation program made possible by a 3-year investment from RBC Future Launch. RBC's support highlights the increasing recognition across sectors of our shared responsibility to take a triple bottom line approach as we recover from the pandemic. We look forward to our continued work with the city and Innovation District partners to meet the challenges ahead. So thank you again for your time, and I'll hand it over to my colleague Daniel now to speak about our Magna Skilled Trades Center.
Thank you so much, Renee, and good morning, members of council, your worship. It's a pleasure for me to be here in front of you to speak to you about the Magna Skilled Trades Center. May I ask for my starting slide? Thank you very much. So my name is Daniel Liao. I'm the Associate Dean at the Magna School for the Skilled Trades. And we have now been in Brampton for 4 years, so there's actually a lot to report on, and I'll try my best to do it in the next 5 minutes. And of course, I think everyone is very interested to hear about the stunning $2 million donation that we received towards the end of last year from Magna International. Next slide, please. So I'll start off with a brief history of the Magna Skilled Trades Center, the last 4 years that we've spent in Brampton thus far. So in the summer of 2017, the Skilled Trades programs relocated to our newly completed Skilled Trades Center at Davis campus, and the previous location was in Oakville off of the QEW. So that fall, we welcomed our first students, and the building truly is magnificent. It's state-of-the-art, designed in a way to integrate the Skilled Trades students into Sheridan's largest campus. And it was designed in a way to really remove stigma associated with learning a trade. So from the previous picture or the opening slide, you might be able to see, the atrium, which features large windows, doors with glass looking into the workshops. So every student that passes through would be able to see what the skilled trade students are learning, and really puts a focus on the skilled trades learning experience. So in April 2018, I joined the School of Skilled Trades, that was the name at the time, as the Associate Dean. I was overseeing the delivery of all of the skilled trades and apprenticeship programs. And before me, Dave Wacklin, he was my predecessor. He's now Vice Dean of the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. I give Dave a lot of credit because Dave was the person who moved the school from Oakville to Brampton, and that's no small feat. And I joined as the faculty, students, equipment were getting settled into this new space, and over the subsequent years, fostered a school culture that is really fitting for a new home in Brampton. So the space is much bigger than the old building in Oakville, and we estimated that it would take around 7 to 8 years to grow our programs into this new capacity. And we were actually able to do that in 2 years. In the 2019 to 2020 year, our enrollment peaked at around 2,100 students. And at that point, we were considered full. Couldn't schedule any more classes, or we thought. In August 2019, we had a student, Jake Doan. He's an industrial mechanic millwright student. He competed for Team Canada at World Skills Russia. And this was a first for Sheridan to have a student and a skilled trade student compete at this international event. which is considered the Olympics of skilled trades. We're enormously proud of Jake Doan even to this day. Now, in winter 2020, we shut down in March and we didn't reopen for in-person learning until September. And the fall semester last fall was really chaotic. And, we ended up delivering in person with small class sizes. And that led to 16-hour days. We were delivering classes on Saturdays and Sundays with increasingly strict pandemic measures, especially as the end of the term, December rolled around and the second wave really hit us. However, we didn't cancel a single class. We didn't cancel any intakes, and we didn't cancel any programs. And that was the reason why the fall was so hectic. And, if you look around the province, many other colleges actually had cancellations. And, I'm incredibly proud of the faculty members who made, some amazing strides to deliver skilled trades training in alternate modes of delivery. The hybrid program that we've implemented were a real success. And it kind of gives us a glimpse at opportunities for more flexible learning after the pandemic is over. So in December of last year, we announced the donation of $2 million by Magna International, auto manufacturer. And in honor of that gesture, we renamed our building the Magna Skilled Trades Center and the portfolio programs, the Magna School for the Skilled Trades. And that was a very exciting day. I remember that morning. First thing I did was change my signature. Next slide, please. I'd like to provide to you some key highlights since we've relocated to Brampton. So over the last 4 years, we found real strong growth across all of our programs, and that really reinforced that relocating to Brampton was the correct strategic decision. Our international enrollment is around 25% in all the skilled trades programs, and so 25% is lower than the growth, right, that we've seen of around 800 additional students. So what that really means is that the growth involves increasing numbers of domestic students choosing Sheridan over other institutions, or the skilled trades programs over other programs. And this is, this is a gain really because the demographics profile for 17 to 22-year-olds in the Peel and Halton regions are flat right now and will soon actually be in a slight decline. This is facts provided to me by our institutional research office. And needless to say, this incredible growth in enrollment leads to economic activity for the city of Brampton. I'd also like to turn your attention to our new programs. We've launched a few new programs in the last few years. First and foremost, our General Machinist Pre-Apprenticeship, and this is our second pre-apprenticeship program that we're offering. When the announcement for funding was made, we had Premier Ford, Minister Romano, Minister McNaughton, and Minister Sakaria come to our campus and deliver the announcement from our machine shops. And that was an exciting moment for all of us. And that's funding for the General Machinist Pre-Apprenticeship alongside our long-standing Industrial Mechanic Millwright Pre-Apprenticeship. And that's the program where Jake Doan, our World Skills competitor, that was a program that he started off in. And for both pre-apprenticeships, we persevered and we delivered both programs despite a delayed start due to the pandemic. We started both of them in October last year, and we recently finished all the in-class portions last month. And I'd like to point out the importance of the General Machinist Pre-Apprenticeship. It's crucial for the city of Brampton. Brampton is a manufacturing hub and increasingly a destination for advanced manufacturing. And a good CNC machinist generally starts off as a general machinist. So to recruit for this program, we were fortunate to partner with the Economic Development Office, and specifically Daryl Van Morsel, who's the Advanced Manufacturing Sector Manager. Daryl has been a real ally for the skilled trades programs. If you don't know Daryl, I encourage you to get to know him. He's a great guy. And in fall 2020, we received approval to deliver plumbing apprenticeship in class training. So what this means is plumbing employers in this region can now send their apprentices to Sheridan for in-class training, and that's also known as trade school. So we are actually the first training delivery agent for plumbing apprenticeship, not just in Brampton, but for the entire Peel Halton region. And when we submitted our proposal, we really emphasized all these construction that's happening in Brampton and surrounding areas, and we really need to prevent these plumbing apprentices from leaving this area to attend school in Toronto, Kitchener, or Hamilton. These are the other areas that have approved TDAs. And this month, we graduate our first cohort of plumbing technician diploma students. Plumbing technician is a post-secondary program. These are pre-trade students. I'd like to mention that this program is actually first of its kind. Before this program, there were actually no two-year post-secondary plumbing programs at any college in the public or private sectors before ours. And what's really unique is that we've embedded a gas technician component to it, which required accreditation by TSSA. And it was, again, first of its kind. And there are only two, as of right now, there are only two accredited facilities for delivering gas technician courses in Brampton, and we're the second. Now on to the Magna donation. So in December, we received $2 million from Magna, and most of this money is going to the students and going to the programs in the form of funding for equipment. And dozens of students have already received the Magna scholarship, and the funding for equipment will ensure that we are continuing to deliver cutting-edge curriculum. And I should mention that Magna is the single largest employer of apprentices attending Sheridan for in-class training in the manufacturing trades. And Magna divisions operating in Brampton includes Massa Dyeform, Cosma, Plascoat, and Depot Automotive. And they really do have a huge presence in this city. And what is really important to realize with this donation is that Magna is absolutely confident in the excellence of our programs, our curriculum, our faculty and staff, and that was a contributing factor, the main contributing factor to this donation. Next slide, please. So I know some of you have visited the Magna Skilled Trades Center already, and once the pandemic is over, I welcome everyone back for an in-person tour. But in the meanwhile, we have a virtual tour on Google Maps. It's actually very impressive. You just drag the little person over to one of the blue circles at the Davis campus, and you can actually walk through all of our labs and workshops. So I encourage you to do that. And if you have any questions, you can reach out at skilltrades@sheridancollege.ca. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Next slide. Thank you. And Renee and I are open to any questions you might have. Thank you, and back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Renee and Daniel. We do have some questions, people on the board. First, Councillor Willen.
Thank you, through Chair, and thank you to the delegation. It's more of a thank you than questions. I know that you've been in Brampton for a long time, 54 years, I think it is. 1967, you started. Actually, I used to run around a football field. It used to be the old Brampton High, and it converted into a parking lot when Sheridan College was on Church Street. So I remember Sheridan very, very well. It's been a big part of our community. It's amazing you've gone from 400 students to, I think, combined part-time and full-time now to 43,000 between all your campuses. That's amazing, with the majority of those being right here in Brampton. So it's great that Magna is contributing. That's fantastic. They're a great company locally. And it's great to see that they're promoting the skilled trades. My son actually was going through for engineering and packed that in and went into the skilled trades and is doing very, very successful through a program that he took at the Oakville campus before they moved up to Brampton. So I just want to thank you very, very much for coming and presenting. It's always a good reminder to us of what a big part of the community you really are here in Brampton. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Willens, and we know you know the old Brampton High School from 1967 very well. That's the one you attended. So we will move on to Councillor Medeiros. Thank you.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Thank you for the presentations. Question specifically to Daniel regarding the trades. So you've touched upon the, I guess, our presence or Sheridan's presence in Brampton, working with the local businesses and working with Magna. Can you just elaborate? It's a really critical point. I think we can't let go on the competitive advantage to have a facility, notwithstanding Sheridan, but to have a skilled trade sort of hub right here in Brampton, providing solutions to our local businesses, and especially a lot of small businesses. So if you can sort of elaborate the type of, you mentioned, do you have any sort of numbers in terms of, partnerships that we have, or examples of where we've supplied some businesses who are looking to expand and grow, or, we always hear about the skilled trade shortage across the country. And, it's really much a competitive advantage for our local business. So if you can maybe just elaborate a little bit on that, Daniel, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. It's incredible to see the skilled trades programs really just grow into our new home in Brampton over the last 4 years. We've been really fortunate to be well supported by the business community, and some of the companies that come to mind that are actively reaching out to us, are very engaged with us. Some of the names aren't really coming to me right now, but you'll be able to find them on the Brampton Board of Trade's annual Business Leaders Awards, and these are typically manufacturing companies who are in need of skilled talent, and they have had success with us with hiring our graduates or sending their apprentices to us for training, and they continue to come back to us. We're also well supported by our community employment services team. They have, what they told me is around 20,000 companies in their repository, and these are, companies that they have longstanding relationships with. Many of them in the Peel Halton regions, many in Brampton, and we really see ourselves as a hub, as a go-to for businesses and their talent pipeline solutions. So, I think, I can't emphasize enough how much the move to Brampton from Oakville was, very strategically sound.
Yeah, and thank you very much for that. And that is such a critical point that we can't underestimate how important it is to our local economy, and especially when we try to grow our employment here in the city of Brampton. The other question I would have through you, Mr. Chair, we at council talk a lot about sustainable development, talk about the environment, and I know it often goes overlooked that within the trades, there's a greening of the trades, for lack of a better term, in terms of the way that traditional people view trades, that also sustainable issues around the natures of the jobs have evolved. There's an evolution of different practices within different trades. So if you can just speak about sort of the curriculum, how it's sort of evolved and where you see that going in the future, because I do think that that is where everyone is going, and we ourselves, when we're looking at development projects, we're really looking at a sustainability matrix, and the trades themselves are going through that transformation. Any comment that you might have on that, and maybe what is specifically Sheridan's doing regarding that area?
Again, thank you for your question, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair. We are very involved and engaged in the curriculum modernization process. I will point out that the curriculum is overseen by the province. So I'm not sure how much you're aware of the developments there. The College of Trades, which for now it's been 7 years, have been the gatekeeper to curriculum and all the trades in general. And now it's being wound down, and it will be now overseen by the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development directly. I'm very conscious, and not just me, but the other, all the skilled trades leaders in the Ontario colleges. We have a committee called Heads of Apprenticeship Training. We meet on a regular basis. And that is one of our concerns, right, is the pace of modernizing such curriculum. And we're actively working with the province to, make sure that the focus remains, right, on having the most relevant curriculum, as this transition from the College of Trades back over to the ministry is happening. And we play our part by having, the engagement of the business community. We have what's called a professional advisory committee. We meet twice a year. Daryl Van Moorsel, who I mentioned in my presentation, he's actually an official PAC member, and there are others in the P.O. Halton business community that hire skilled trades people. They're on a PAC as well, and we kind of channel their voice and their opinions to our stakeholders in the government, the ones that continue to provide us with funding. Whenever we have the opportunity, we try to bring that up, right, either through the heads of apprenticeship training or through the local office. But it's very important. I'm mindful of curriculum. Some curriculum being older than 10 years, which for companies looking to say expand into Ontario and maybe set up shop in Brampton, right? They want to be reassured that we are delivering the most relevant curriculum and the most cutting edge. And I should mention that Magna realizes too. We did mention to them, what are we going to do with the donation, right? Over the next 5 years, we have plans to purchase CNC machines, robotic welders, and we are, now kind of being proactive. We're actually putting ourselves beyond what the current curriculum is teaching. And they realize that too, right? So we are a part, we're trying to lead, we're also part of this, multifaceted approach between industry and academia to, ensure that modernization continues to be on track.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, Daniel and Renee, thank you so much for coming here and presenting. Both entrepreneurship and the trades are critical to the growth, and after this pandemic's over, they are going to be some of the main areas where we need to focus to get the economy back on track. So I thank you very much for coming in. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Whillans to receive the delegations. All in favor? None, no opposed. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to, yes. We will move on to 7.3, a delegation from Masawar Ahmad, Project Manager, Nature Harmony Foundation, Off the Grid, Organic Food Shed. We will hand the floor over to you.
All right. Hello, everybody. Okay, so I'm just going to jump right into it. So hello, my name is Musawar Ahmed. I'm here presenting for Nature Harmony. I'm going to be going over the Off-Grid Organic Food Shed. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, we'll be going over everything really there is to know about the Off-Grid Organic Food Shed and the cost components and the timeline associated with it as well. Next slide, please. So the Off-Grid Organic Food Shed will be built here in Brampton by Nature Harmony, and we look to use it to participate in the Brampton Backyard Garden Project alongside Brampton Fire. The shed itself will be 161 square feet off-grid, so it will be powered by renewables, wind and solar generation. It will also collect rainwater for all irrigation needs. Now, the highly energy efficient passive house inspired design coupled with the LED lighting inside allows the shed to produce year-round organic foods. The project itself cost $50,000 before taxes to implement, and the construction would be completed on July 3rd. The shed would then be operational as a pilot project for 6 months starting on July 3rd, 2021 and ending January 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. So how does it work and how is it off-grid? It's powered by 2 renewable energy sources, which are solar PV modules and a wind turbine. The system is designed to be off-grid, so the energy goes to the batteries that power the lighting system lighting and electronical systems inside. All interior lighting used for plant growth are LEDs, so even if the sun is not out, the plants will continue to grow. There's also rainwater harvesting, which is used for irrigation. The shed also features an energy efficient building exterior so that it is able to maintain internal conditions even in the winter. The shed has automated grow systems. It produces organic foods, and it has 3 different types of growing systems: hydroponics, aquaponics, and organic soil-based growing to allow us to grow a variety of crops. The shed also has carbon capture and waste management systems. The carbon capture is done using what we call algae bioreactors, and the waste management is done using vermicomposting, which is just composting with worms. Next slide, please. So how has it been implemented so far at our 105 Gibson location, which is in Markham? So the Gibson Food Bank serves between 40 to 50 families per week. In 2018, Nature Harmony built the first food biome there and was able to, we built the first biome there, and it's been operational since. Gibson Food Biome has donated organic produce to at-risk families. It has one of the first organic certified fish systems in all of Canada, and we have used it to deliver education, hands-on classes to the public, and done tours. This year, we are also planning a nature science camp with them, but again, that's all COVID permitting. Next slide, please. So why is it good for Brampton? Well, it's right in line with Brampton's core components from the Brampton Grow Green EMP 2020 document, actually. So primarily for people, it means community engagement and education. For air, that means air purifying plants and algae bioreactors to capture CO2 in our air. For water, we incorporate rainwater harvesting along with smart closed-loop grow systems, as they will use less water and will allow for zero municipal potable water consumption. For land, we use vertical farming to be able to grow more in less space. We're using organic fertilizers and recycled fish waste to aid in plant growth. And we are doing closed-loop fish feed production to produce some of the inputs that go into the shed in-house. For energy, it's off-grid, as mentioned before, using solar and wind, and it has passive house-inspired design so that it can run during the winter. And for waste, we are incorporating zero waste vermicomposting. This allows for the only waste output to be organic soil that can then be used in gardens or any other grow setting. Next slide, please. So how can this project expand on the success of the Brampton Backyard Garden Project? So we would work with Brampton to provide year-round crop yields and donate everything grown in the food shed to Knight's Table and Regeneration. The project has been very successful so far, as last year 10,000 pounds of produce were donated. We would contribute to Brampton's image as a true leader in food security and sustainability, as there is nothing else like this anywhere else. And this would allow for year-round food initiatives, and it would also draw more eyes to the already successful Backyard Garden Project. Next slide, please. So what makes this project so different? Well, there are many things, but the major factors here are the multiple closed-loop systems, our multiple growing methods, our off-grid year-round production, the zero-waste vermicomposting, we use biochar fish waste filtration systems, incorporate passive house design, and can grow organic fish and organic produce. So there really is no other organization that can or is combining all these innovative features and making it work. Next slide, please. So cost components and timeline. So for cost, we're looking at a total of $50,000 before taxes for a 161 square foot shed. It would be completed by Saturday, July 3rd, 2021. That is when we would have our launch and ribbon cutting ceremony. But again, we do understand that the COVID stay-at-home orders and lockdowns will most likely delay the launch date. That's why we've added the 1 month contingency start date of Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. We have had 2 prior meetings with council, one on March 22nd, 2021, and one on April 13th, 2021, with a handful of councillors and municipal staff. And so far, all feedback has been very supportive and very positive. So we look forward to hearing from the rest of you. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have councillors on the board, beginning with Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Maswar, for bringing this idea over, and it's super exciting to see that this may actually be a perfect expansion into the backyard garden program. When you first approached me with this concept, I have no idea about gardening. And so I called on reinforcement experts like Councillor Willens, who's speaking next, as well as Councillor Bowman, and all of us were very impressed with this work. And as you mentioned in the presentation, it is completely in line with many of the things that we are doing. And so I'm very pleased to see that this will be an extension of the backyard garden program. I know Councillor Willens will speak about it after. And I'm looking forward to making sure that we have produce, fresh produce, for our food banks year round, and not just necessarily during the season when growing is necessary. So I don't really have any questions other than to show my support and thank you for bringing ideas like this forward for council, especially when it's already in line with many of the things that we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, through Chair, and thank you again for coming in. I don't have any questions. This is I think the third or fourth time I've seen this presentation. It is exciting. It is an extension, and I want to thank staff for attending, Chief Boyce and Marianne as well. Peter, I guess, can we bring the report forward? And so the delegates don't have to hang around.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if that's the will of committee, that is a practice that has been followed.
Okay, we can bring that report forward.
And that would be great. And then then we can decide, well, vote on it or whatever, and get it over with. But thank you again. It's exciting. It is a good extension, and it's especially true because in planning on Monday we did discuss about different aspects that are going into new planning of developments and about commercial areas and stuff, and community gardens and different ways of doing things that help the environment are a big part of the planning moving forward, and it does fall nicely with our Grow Green network as well. So thanks again for coming in, and we look forward to seeing this thing up and operational in the lovely wards 2 and 6. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willens. Back to Councillor Santos.
I'm so sorry, I forgot a couple of comments through you, Mr. Chair. And now that the report is on the screen, I think that it's this particular item is a good news story for Brampton, something that we should definitely communicate once it's up and running, and share with residents. And particularly, it's great to have Brampton Fire involved in this. They've been a huge contributor to the backyard garden program and donating back to Regeneration and Night Table. And the fact that it's going to be there at one of the stations is another good news story for the community. So I would encourage staff, and perhaps staff can comment on how we may be communicating this out when it happens.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. Anybody from comms want to chime in? Okay, I guess not. So we will get an answer on. Oh, maybe not. No.
Through the chair, Chief Bill Boyce, Councillor Bowman, we can work with Stratcom and our parks team to look at promoting this. I know at the fire department, the firefighters are excited to have this element as part of the fire station. And once we get back to in-person public tours, it'd be another element to showcase to the community some of the work firefighters do behind the scenes. So we're excited, and I'll connect with the Parks and Stratcom team on how this will be promoted should it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. We do have the delegation from Muswar Ahmad, project coordinator, and the recommendation from the report that the report titled Off-Grid Organic Food Shed to the Committee of Council be received. And that is moved by Councillor Willens. Is there any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to item 7.4. A delegation from Kana Sarkar, Brampton resident, regarding the provision of free menstrual products in all municipal public washrooms in Brampton. Kana, the floor is yours.
Hello, just a quick check. Are you able to hear me?
We are.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all the members of staff, the council, Mayor Brown, and any members of public that are present here today. I'm Kana Sarkar, and I'm a high school student and a proud Bramptonian. You may know me as the leader of Girl Up Brampton, but I'm here today as a resident asking for the provision of free menstrual products in all municipal public washrooms. Next slide, please. I would like to talk briefly about period poverty first. Period poverty refers to restricted access to safe, hygienic, and sufficient menstrual products. Menstruators living in period poverty are forced to choose between pads or food, electricity or tampons, and such, and more often than not, the period products are compromised. Period poverty has also been connected with a low self-esteem, lack of confidence, and severe health issues. Now, period poverty is a very important issue that often tends to lurk in the shadows, especially in countries as developed and advanced as ours, because we feel that our economy is too advanced to have such a problem existing. But it is a very ugly reality for those who struggle with this, which has definitely been worsened because of COVID-19. Plan International Canada's 2019 gender study showed that 24% of all Canadian women and 33% of Canadian women under 25 have struggled to afford period products for themselves and or their dependents. Next slide, please. Now, period poverty is not only limited to those who actually struggle in poverty. Just being on their period provides some inequality for those who menstruate. Plan International Canada's 2019 gender study showed that 68% of Canadian women felt that their period prevented them from full participation in an activity. This includes physical activity just to keep themselves sane mentally and healthy physically, as well as any work-related events. PIC's 2018 gender study showed that 70% of Canadian women say they have missed school or work or have withdrawn from social activities because of their period. This percentage is already very high, and it's even higher in menstruators under the age 25, which is youth just like me. And it really scares youth just like me, because it may seem to the employers and people higher up that the menstruators are not putting in as much work as our non-menstruating counterparts are, when most of the times that is really not the case, which leads to unequal opportunities for those who menstruate. And I might remind you again that these all statistics are pulled from studies before the pandemic struck, and indubitably the period poverty cases in our community have increased since the pandemic has started. Next slide, please. Just one solution to get started against this fight against period poverty is the provision of free menstrual products in public washrooms. This will increase access to menstrual products, advance gender equality, and ensure equity and opportunities provided for growth and success in menstruators and non-menstruators alike. This will also help fight period poverty in our community, making Brampton an even better place to call home. Provision of free menstrual products in public washrooms is really no different from providing tissues or hand soap and water in public washrooms, because periods are natural, they can be controlled, and periods do not stop. Next slide, please. Over the last 6 years, what I like to call the Red Movement has been making its way steadily across Canada, starting in July 2015, when the federal government removed the tampon tax. Then, in April 2019, British Columbia mandated all public schools to provide free menstrual products in their washrooms. Shortly after, in August 2019, Toronto District School Board announced provision of free period products in all Toronto public schools. Very recently, just a few weeks ago, in April 2021, City of Edmonton announced that they will provide free period products in all women and gender-inclusive public washrooms. Brampton needs to join this red movement across Canada and set an example for other cities in Ontario, so Ontario can join in on this movement as well. Our city was ranked 13th best community in Canada by Maclean's this year earlier. I believe we should strive for better, and I believe doing this will definitely give us a better edge. Next slide, please. Thank you for all your time, and I really look forward to this motion being implemented soon. That's my contact in case you would like to reach out to me, and I would love to contribute to this motion in any way that I can, as I'm sure many other youth of this community will too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kana. We do have a couple of questions and comments. The first is Mayor Brown.
Okay. Can you hear me now? So I'm just in the chamber.
We can.
Okay, good. I want to say thank you for the detailed presentation and for this great idea. I'd like to move a motion that we get a staff report on this to see what the cost would be and if it's feasible and how it would be maintained. Ultimately, we are all responsible to our constituents, and our constituents will call us on different issues and tell us, speak up about this. It's important. I had a constituent call me about this. She happens to be my wife, and said that she was speaking to you on Instagram and thought it was a really good idea. So I've got a constituent in my own home who's going to be upset with me if I don't support this. And so I hope that we'll get a staff report on this and get some more information. And Brampton always tries to be on the cutting edge of good ideas, and this sounds like one of those examples. So I look forward to getting more information, and that's normally the process we have. When a good idea comes forward, we have staff do an investigation, report their interpretation to council, and if it makes sense, then at that time council would adopt it. But thank you for bringing this suggestion forward.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Kana, for coming in courageously to talk about menstruation and periods. As a young woman, you have the confidence to speak out very publicly in front of an audience who probably about 50% of them have no idea what it's like to have your period, let alone getting your period in a public washroom and not having access to period products in order to deal with the situation. And so I have a couple questions, and this is mostly for staff. I appreciate Mayor Brown possibly referring this back to staff, but perhaps there is already a solution that exists. So my question is, do we have dispensers already in public washrooms that have tampons and pads available for people, for the public?
Through the chair, Councillor Santos, it's Jane Holmes. We don't currently. My understanding is when we were talking to staff about this delegation that we used to have dispensers in all of our washrooms, but they were removed mainly because of vandalism at the time. To get a product out of the dispenser, you had to pay for it. So I imagined that the vandalism was associated with trying to get whatever money might have been inside. And I also understand at the time there was low sales as well. So those dispensers have been removed from our facilities, but I will point out that those, I was just talking a little bit to staff about how much it will cost. They're about $100 each. It's when we're doing a report, usually we like to do, I don't know, like suggest a pilot or to see how, things might go. The issue is, as you know, that a lot of our public washrooms in our facilities are closed. And even in some of the facilities that are open, such as City Hall, there's not a lot of, not the usage that you would normally see of our washrooms. So it would be hard to do a pilot project at this time. but anyway, I just offered that information just in terms of looking back, but it was about 10 years ago when we decided to remove them. I will point out that we just doing a quick environmental scan, it looks like the city of Kitchener is also doing a pilot project, and as the delegate mentioned, there are a number of organizations that look like they're moving forward with this.
Yeah, I think we should move ahead, and I mean, I can't imagine a report would take that long to find out how much it would cost. I could calculate in my brain how much pads would cost or tampons would cost, and it's sounding like even when there were dispensers there and people were paying for them, it's sounding like it probably cost more to maintain it as a paid service than to offer it for free, because people were stealing money, based on what I'm hearing. And so Kitchener's doing this, and other organizations or other municipalities are doing the same thing. And I would go back to Kana's point about, when you wash your hands and you need a napkin to dry off your hands, that napkin is free. When you're in the washroom and you get your period and you need access to a product and you don't have that access, why should, it's the same type of need, and I know many men don't really understand what that's like, and so I do ask our female staff to perhaps help to make this push happen. And then I would also ask, as part of the motion, if we are indeed referring this to staff for a report. And I'll ask Jane. Jane, is a report necessary, or is there for a way for us to implement something like this in the same way that we implement tissue paper in a washroom?
Well, I guess everything we do has a cost. I would just say that it looks at this point, when we're talking about what kind of dispensers you want to use, do we want them to be, wall mounted, or do we just want it available in the washrooms? We can do that, absolutely. What I can't tell you is exactly what the costs are going to be, but we wouldn't have anything that might be representative for the next few months. I would say that there's probably not a woman that works for the city of Brampton that wouldn't welcome this, for sure. But again, some of the information that I might be able to bring back to you might be a bit speculative, just because we're not in a position where we're able to get a good idea of exactly what those costs might be. But in looking at it, I don't know if those costs would be significant, and I'm just telling you from my gut feel is that I don't think those would be significant. And the delegate has a good point. We provide other stuff in washrooms for everybody else that's free,
like toilet paper.
The hand soap. I don't know if you're asking for my personal opinion, Councillor Santos.
I'm just wondering, at the end of the day, we don't have to refer back to staff for, a report on what toilet paper we're using, what tissue paper we're using, what hand soap we're using, and providing free for the public. So, to Mayor Brown's most important constituent, Gigi, I don't know, why can't we just do this in the same way that we have toilet paper for free in washrooms? It's kind of a no-brainer for me, especially if we provided this service before as a paid service. And I'm fine if we refer it back. Perhaps if there are any other members of staff who could help us out.
To Councillor
Mayor.
Oh, you're on mute.
I would take that as a friendly amendment if you wanted to skip the staff report process. I know we don't normally do that, but if you believe the information is not necessary, we can just do this right away. I'm happy with that too.
Okay, well, I'll yield
Sorry,
for now.
apologies.
I know that.
Councillor Santos, Peter Fay just wants to say something.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to the chair and members of the committee, Council's procedure bylaw is very clear that the delegation for which there's no report can only be received or referred back to staff for a report on implementation. If committee wishes to waive that, it is a 2/3 vote to take action, and it would still be a recommendation to council next week.
Okay, so maybe if we can very quickly move to get, I don't know, a report or something to council next week, maybe we could vote on it next week. Would that be an appropriate step, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is an appropriate step. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other members from staff who want to comment on this issue? Have I missed anything or have we missed anything?
Through the chair, it's Commissioner Nader. Councillor, just wanted to, I hear Commissioner Holmes, and I guess during COVID, because the volume and the foot traffic would not be there, but if this is, we could definitely try the pilot or make it happen in the rec centers or any other of the city-run facilities. And if it's the will of council to have, menstrual equality, and that's the will of council, then we're happy to make it happen.
Thank you, and I would argue that even there is less foot traffic in the washrooms for toilet paper and paper towel as well. So it's not really that different, to be honest. My other suggestion in this would be if we could, and I don't know if our Director of Economic Development, Claire Barnett, is here. I would love to, if once we get this implemented, assuming we get this implemented, I would love to communicate to the business community and encourage the business community in Brampton to follow suit with what the city of Brampton is doing. If Claire, if you're there, if you don't mind commenting.
Good morning, Councillor. If
I can just jump in, I think we can get those comments when we bring it back for a report. I'm sure that staff will bring back all that information from a report. And we do have quite a few people actually waiting to comment on this. And I'm just going to remind everybody that this is for questions of the delegation. So if the motion by Mayor Brown is up on the screen, we can vote on that in just a couple of minutes. But I'd like to give anybody else who has a question of the delegate a chance to speak as well, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to hear Claire's perspective, just as another senior woman leader in Brampton, just on this particular issue, if that's all right, and then I'll yield my comments.
Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you, Councillor. Certainly we can look into that and help get this message out to local businesses as well. I would fully support that.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Singh is next on the list.
Yeah, my questions were asked. I just want to thank the delegate for coming forward. Great job. And I look forward to seeing the report and getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams is next, or is that just a comment, Councillor Williams?
That was just, thank you through you, Chair. It was just a comment in the comments just saying, Kenya, this is an excellent movement, and thank you so much for coming here and speaking on this. I'm a woman and I have 3 daughters, and we always appreciate when we can, make sure that all kids and everybody who needs them are equipped. That's always important. So good on you for coming in. Much appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Just going down the list here. Councillor Vicente has removed his name. Councillor Aleshi, I didn't even see you on there, but you're next, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I unfortunately was sent my message right to the clerk's office. But I wanted to say, Kenya, good for you. You're such a strong woman that to come here and delegate before members of council and to all of staff on a topic that is kind of that misnomer, that not talked about topic. So good for you. I really tried to get my girls down here to watch your delegation, but they're hung up in school, online schooling. So hopefully I can maybe replay your delegation to them at a later time. I only would ask that the staff work with Kenya and with this opportunity that other cities have done to see what best suits for the city of Brampton. As I was literally at Shoppers Drug Mart on Tuesday, looking down in this aisle, looking at what I needed to buy and the many different sizes that are either needed or required. I wouldn't begin to know where to start. So I would just hope that there's opportunity for this to come into all the City of Brampton facilities, and maybe that pilot project that Councillor Santos and Jane was talking about, maybe that's just for our internal City Hall to see that now. I think that this is a great opportunity here and now with most of our facilities that are currently closed to have a good look at the opportunities and what is needed within what washrooms in the city, but also hopefully there's opportunities also to work with vendors to get their names on the supply boxes, to see if we can to have them participate and do what is the right thing. So hopefully we can do that and see if when this report comes back, I have no question that it won't be supported, but good to have the report come back for staff to work on this, and let's keep Kenya in the loop and have these discussions continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy, and finally we have Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Chair. Speaking to the motion, just recognizing the delegation and the courage to come forward. Certainly as a father of a 12-year-old girl, I know how, I'm adapting to new realities and considerations myself. So I do appreciate the Mayor and Councillor Santos for bringing this forward. Regarding the report back, if you can connect with Peel Public Health, notwithstanding their input, I think would be important in this, and I think it sort of opens up a segue for us to, in the future, bring this to Regional Council for discussion. But I would just ask staff to connect with Peel Public Health. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Mayor Brown, for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. I see no other speakers on the board. The motion from Mayor Brown is in front of you. I would also like to thank Kana for coming and delegating. The motion is on the screen. Is there any opposed? I see none opposed, so this motion and the recommendation for a staff report back carries. Thank you very much. Item 7.5 we dealt with earlier under mental health awareness. That brings us to section 8, legislative services section. And I guess we go right to 8.2, staff report, amendment to the user fee bylaw, contravention, administrative costs for driveway paving contractors. Is there any questions about that? I see none. I have a motion by Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Medeiros, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. I guess the staff, I'm having a challenge in terms of the administrative costs. I've received several inquiries from different companies, and not so questioning our direction and where we're going, is sort of the communication around and the rationale for which we provided that direction and the requirement that we have, because I've had several companies talk to me about the different costs of getting a letter of credit. Some banks are charging $800, some banks are they come with the comments that other jurisdictions do something else. And I just think it's a lack of information and communication on why this strategy and where we're going. So I was wondering with staff in terms of the way that's being rolled out and shared and from a communication perspective, do we have a communication plan in place? Are we trying to, because I'm getting inundated with calls and people sort of understanding the new reality. And then I guess the concern is, how do we work with them to understand why we did this? So I don't know if staff can provide any comment, or if there's any plan to roll it out, or something on our website has a Q&As to sort of let them know what our rationale was and why we're going this way.
Thanks, Councillor. It's Jason. Through the chair, I believe we've already done a service and information update that was circulated to council, so that's out there. That would be mostly the facts of the matter and what steps are being taken, not necessarily a why. I mean, there's 12 councillors, and it can't really, communications can't really speak to every individual person's motivations on the vote, or individual comments made throughout that process, but the communication's out there, and I'm sure we could do some sort of Q&A of comments, perhaps if councillors are getting certain questions, then if you want to share those with myself, we could certainly build a list of the most common Q&A off of some of the questions you're receiving. Otherwise, we can just build one ourselves as well. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you, through you, Jason, thank you for the comments. And yeah, some of these questions are sort of why are we changing policy. They're more sort of not so much the way we voted or so on, is, you know, what's the policy rationale for this? And we understand because of, you know, the discussions we've had. It's just, and the service information does provide a lot of the factual information. But I guess that part of the rationale of, you know, companies who are working here without sort of registrations and almost protections that we're providing for the neighbors as well. But I'll leave it at that. I'll share my sort of inquiries, and maybe if others do the same, then we can sort of you know, tabulate a Q&A, and or maybe it's just staff one-off. It's just I was surprised with, I guess, people you know, I guess people have been impacted over the last couple of weeks, some businesses, and I've just received nonstop calls over the last couple of days from different companies who've done business in Brampton and this new onus. So I'll refer to the service information that was sent out, and I thank you, and I will be sharing them with you to see if there's a consistent trend in the repository that can be developed at a later time. Thank you.
Just one other point on that through the chair. One other thing we can do is if councillors, either we can share that Q&A with councillors, we can also share it with 311 if you wish to send people that way, but or to have that on the website, so just so that they have the same information as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the staff. Just a couple of questions. So I remember when Sal came to delegate from Oak Ridge, so I had a great meeting with him last week, and I noticed that we talked about there is already signs out there that people are getting work, and I go on the website, they're not registered, they didn't pay, they didn't do the course. How are we going to make this an even playing field for the good people that actually register and pay their fees, and that also that I think they have to do a little course, because I've seen signs around, and when you look on the website, they haven't done nothing, not even registered or paid. What are the consequences to make good contractors that actually follow the rules, make it like a level field for them?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's Paul Morrison, Councillor. We have noticed those signs going up. We have officers going around. We take those numbers down. We start contacting those agencies and those contractors that are not registered with the city. I can tell you we have already laid several charges against some of the contractors for being not licensed within the city of Brampton and doing that work. We will continue to do that. That will be our emphasis moving forward.
Yeah, very good. I know, like right behind me, my neighbor was doing a driveway, and I was out there the other day, and and here's a guy who dug up the driveway. They put stone down, and then I went already there and said, listen, you have to leave 2 feet. I don't want the city coming here and cutting your driveway. He says, but the contractor said it was fine. And when I looked at the name of the contractor, he hasn't even registered or anything. So that's very good. So we got to get on it, because a lot of people don't know the bylaws. And again, Then we're going to be going back and cutting them. And this one here now, that she finally called the contractor. She called me last night and told them they have to move in 2 feet in. She met the bylaws, like the 22 or 24 feet, but it was right on the property line. So, okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. I have a question. Couple weeks back when we were talking about the $5,000 security deposit, I was under the impression that it's that money that's going towards investigation. So I'm not sure how we're adding another $700 on. So I just want to make sure this $700 is paid by whom?
Through the chair to the councillor, the money is the $700 fee is to be drawn from that $5,000 deposit that has been provided to the city.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Dillon.
No, sorry, I got one more question. Perhaps James, you can answer this. So that clarifies that, and that's good. So it'll be taken out of the $5,000. There will be cases where there's been many cases where the driveway's been legally done, and the contractor leaves, and later on down the line, the resident will touch it up or widen it or modify it in some way. In the motion that we had passed, the council had passed a few weeks ago, there was a request that there's be some portal that be created. I'm just wondering, has there been any updates on that? So if, for example, there's a complaint made, if the contractor has already uploaded his final pictures for the city, that the city won't actually go after the contractor. They might go after the resident who's got it done afterwards. So I'm just wondering, in situations where that happens, do we have an update on that portal that we requested?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't have an answer to that. I don't have any knowledge of the portal.
So I think Rick Kennard might. Is Rick online?
Rick, are you there?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's Paul Morrison again. Councillor, I will follow up on that question. First, let me say that we wouldn't be going after the contractors at that point. We would be able to look at the photos and we would determine if it was a homeowner. We would engage the homeowner in doing the repair, or if we had to enforce, we'd enforce. I will follow up on the portal though.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because if that contractor is going to be penalized somehow, and his name gets on the record, but if the portal's intact, then there's evidence there. So I'm just wondering, between the time that you check or even the portal comes into place, I don't want any of the contractors, being penalized unfairly. So I'm just, if you can even respond to that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We would launch an investigation for sure in every case if we found the driveway to be in contravention. And part of that investigation would be to determine what the contractor state the contractor left it in, and if the homeowner changed it. So it's not we show up, the driveway's in non-compliance, and we give a ticket. We would investigate and to determine who was responsible for the illegal widening.
So I'm just wondering if we need to defer this until we get an update then, because I couldn't support this because there's too much gray area right now. You could investigate it, but like I said, there needs to be that official channel where those final pictures and the proof is submitted. So I'm going to see if we can get a deferral or a Peter Fay. What would we do right now? Can we defer this until, or refer this to another meeting until that information is provided?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that would be a proper motion to either defer this to the next meeting of Committee of Council, which is May 12th, or to refer it back to staff. Public notice has been given, and we didn't have anybody request to speak to this item. I will say this is just the remaining portion for implementation of council's decisions on the driveway widening and the contractor licensing decisions that council has made. So there is quite a bit of information that's already on the city portal. We have over 105 paving contractors that have already been licensed to the city, have taken the training, and we are implementing council's decisions in this area.
The reason why I ask is because they had another, well, not another, I guess it was their first one. They had a protest on the weekend. And again, just because there's gray area involved, I'm not sure what the chances are. It might be minimal, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to take a chance. So I'm going to see if we can at least defer this to the next council meeting and see if we can come back with an update on that portal that council requested.
Okay, so we've got a deferral on the floor. Rick is still not with us, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Rick is present, Rick Kennard. Rick, I don't know if you can unmute your mic. I do see you in the session. There you go. We can't hear you, Rick, but I do see you've turned your mic on.
Okay, well, I don't want to hold up the meeting. We're lengthening it as it is. So we've got a deferral motion on the floor. Mr. Clerk, do you want to call a vote on this? Do we need a recorded vote, or do we just ask for anybody opposed?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
It's committee today. It's going to come back to council next week, anyways.
It will be. Yep.
Can I ask if that's enough time? If a week is enough time for staff to come back with some type of update, and we'll just let it go.
Sure, James, Paul, any comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll coordinate with buildings and clerk's office to see what we can do about the portal. And okay. I hope to have it done by then.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dillon, is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be just for sorry, my mic on. Yeah, just to be on safe side, I'm going to vote against it, and then we'll bring it up next week.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your deferral?
Yeah, withdrawing the deferral, and I'm not asking for a recorded vote, but I'm going to vote against the motion just for now, until next week.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, we have the motion on the floor, and you can read it on your screen. That the report titled Amendment to the User Fee Bylaw Contravention Administration Cost for Driveway Paving Contractors to the Committee of Council 2821 be received. That a user fee of $700 to recover the cost of enforcement and administrative staff time to investigate instances where driveway paving contractors contravene the zoning bylaw be approved by council, and that the user fee bylaw 380-2003 is amended to be further amended, adding the new fee for contravention administration costs for driveway paving contractors in Schedule D, legislative services fees charges. All those opposed? Councillor Dillon is opposed. Anyone else?
Councillor Singh.
Councillor Singh is opposed. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We move on to 8.3, which was in consent already, the Accessibility Advisory Committee. 8.4, correspondence. I don't think we have any correspondence. 8.5, councillor question period. Do any members have any questions regarding the Legislative Services section? Seeing none, we can deal with public question period. This is normally where we invite members of the public come forward to the podium and ask any questions about any recommendation made by committee today. Questions are sent to the city clerk's office during the course of today's meeting to relay to the committee. There's a 5-minute limit for all questions and answers. I will ask the clerk if there are any questions submitted during the course of today's meeting.
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. That completes legislative services. I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros to chair Economic Development section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman. I do believe that the only item was moved in consent. And I guess at this stage, are there any questions from council? No. Public question period. Are there any questions from the public, City Clerk?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
So I'll hand over the chair over to Councillor Singh to chair Corporate Services section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And just keep in mind that the next two presentation discussion, I don't think will be short. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like to take a break for till 12:30, grab a quick lunch. Is anybody opposed to that? Hearing and seeing none, we will be on break till 12:30 and continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. See Councillor Williams, Councillor Willens, yourself, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Paleshi, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos. So I believe we're just waiting on Councillor Fortini, but you do have a quorum present.
Yeah, and because they're long presentations, I'm going to move that we get started. Is that okay?
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So moving on the corporate services section, 10.1.1 is a staff presentation regarding the analysis of adopting a municipal ombudsman model led by Peter Fay, City Clerk, Legislative Services Department. We also have related staff report 10.2.1, which we can bring forward and consider after the staff presentation. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will try to be brief, knowing that there's the second presentation after this one. So council or committee will recall that back in January of this year, council passed a motion to request a report back on establishing an ombudsman office, municipal ombudsman, as well as an auditor general. You're going to hear both presentations and have both reports today, and I'm just going to quickly do a review of the municipal ombudsman. Before I begin, I just want to express some thanks to Esther Yan from the Legislative Services Department. She was the principal author of the report and the presentation, and she did some excellent research for us in pulling this together, so I just want to say thank you to Esther on that. We can go to the next slide, please, Charlotte. So just a bit of context. The municipal ombudsman has been a discretionary position that's permitted by municipalities well before 2014, 2015, 2016. Very few municipalities took up to actually implement a municipal ombudsman office. In 2014, when Bill 8 was introduced, it basically expanded the jurisdiction of the provincial or Ontario ombudsman to have responsibility over a broader public sector, including municipalities and local boards. And it also established that municipalities must have a municipal auditor, or excuse me, a municipal ombudsman in place by January 1st of 2016. Many municipalities decided to take different courses of action in terms of how to comply with that part of the legislation. The City of Brampton, back at that time, contemplated establishing a municipal ombudsman office, but in the end decided not to. And then as of January 1st, 2016, and up until today, the municipal ombudsman is the default provincial ombudsman. So the Act is very clear that if a municipal ombudsman is not appointed by the municipality as of January 1st, 2016, then the provincial ombudsman assumes that responsibility as the municipal ombudsman. Next slide, please, Charlotte. So very quickly, there are 5 accountability and transparency officer positions that are set out in the Municipal Act. 3 are mandatory, 2 are discretionary. The Integrity Commissioner, Council Committee knows about. It's a mandatory position under the Municipal Act. The Lobbyist Registrar is a discretionary position. Brampton Council has established a Lobbyist Registry and a Registrar position. Both the Integrity Commissioner and the Lobbyist Registrar are assumed under the responsibility of one person, Muniza Sheikh. And we're going to talk today about the Ombudsman, which is a mandatory position, the Auditor General, which is a discretionary position you're going to hear about in a few minutes, and finally there is a closed meeting investigator, which also is a mandatory position. Council's closed meeting investigator is Local Authority Services, which is a subsidiary of AMO, and in fact, Local Administrative Authority Services has contracted the closed meeting investigation service to the law firm of Aird and Berlis. So they're our closed meeting investigator. Next slide, please, Charlotte. So there's a lot to unpack here, but this is really the key issue of the municipal ombudsman, what an ombudsman does. An ombudsman really is an office of last resort. The intent is that local complaint processes or, where people are not happy with services, if they can't get a resolution to their satisfaction with a local complaint service, whether it's a department for the clerk's office, for example, if there's a complaint with the clerk's office and they're not satisfied with that, then their recourse is to go to the municipal ombudsman. The ombudsman responsibilities are very clearly set out in the Act, both the Municipal Act and the Ontario Ombudsman Act. But there's a lot in this statement. The first thing is the municipal ombudsman acts independently. Whether it's an appointment, a recruitment, whatever the case may be, that position acts independently, and they report directly to council. They don't report to anybody else. What they are tasked to do is really to look at any, and I'll just sort of précis here, any decision, recommendation, or really service that's either done or not done in the municipality. So it is very broad in that scope, but they're really to look at whether or not the city and the city staff and the services we provide provided the service and the expectations that the resident or whoever the client, as the case may be, received. And if they're not satisfied with that, this is a process of last resort for them to essentially have somebody else look at a complaint. The last thing I'll say on this before we move on is the ombudsman is not empowered to overturn decisions or enforce penalties. All the ombudsman is empowered to do is to make recommendations, usually on process, on improvements. So really an ombudsman at the end of the day is more of a coach as opposed to a penalizer. So there's not penalties that are imposed. It's to sort of partner with and not provide oversight of municipal services to ensure that services are provided in keeping with council's requirements and decisions, but also to meet the needs of the residents and businesses of the municipality. You can go to the next slide, please, Charlotte. So, as I mentioned at the outset, the municipal ombudsman generally does not get involved in a complaint until local complaint processes have been exhausted. We do have a current public complaint process in effect at the City of Brampton. It is quite dated. It was put in place in 2007. It is being reviewed now by staff across various departments. But the current process right now is if somebody does have a complaint, they put it in writing. It's then reviewed by the responsible party, as referred to as a designated city official in the department or division where the complaint is being filed. Usually it's by the supervisor if it involves an employee. And there's an attempt to try and find an informal resolution. If that can't be mediated, then there is a formal review and complaint resolution process that's followed. So those steps have to be taken before a municipal ombudsman, and in the case today, the Ontario Ombudsman acting as the City of Brampton Municipal Ombudsman would take up a complaint to look into it further. You can go to the next slide, please. When it does get to the municipal ombudsman, and there is a complaint process that's essentially defined and what we've seen in both best practices at the Ontario Ombudsman Office, but also at other municipal ombudsman offices that have been established in some municipalities across the province. There's an intake and basically an initial review, so there can be a determination whether or not it falls within the jurisdiction of the municipal ombudsman or not. For example, if it is a complaint about a closed session meeting, that would be referred to the closed meeting investigator. If it's a complaint about a member of council in accordance with the council code of conduct, that would be referred to the integrity commissioner, as the case may be. So there's an initial assessment or triage to determine if it's within the jurisdiction of the municipal ombudsman or not. If not, it's referred. If it is, there will be some attempt to confirm that local complaint resolution processes have been exhausted and completed, and then there'll be an attempt at an early resolution or informal process, and if that can't resolve the matter, it may lead to a more formal investigation. If there is an investigation, then there would be a report, and the ombudsman would report to council. Again, not with making different decisions, but providing recommendations going forward. We can go to the next slide, please. So in terms of, and this information I think was relayed at a recent meeting in regard to some questions about the Ontario Ombudsman. The Ontario Ombudsman does an annual report looking at all matters within the Ombudsman jurisdiction. In regards to municipalities, they provide some basic information about cases or complaints that they receive, and they document them by number by municipality. So in 2019-2020, as was mentioned at a previous meeting, there were 44 cases filed. None of them resulted in a formal investigation, and all cases have been closed at this point. In the body of the report that accompanies today's presentation, there is a bit of a breakdown based on information we've been able to receive from the Ontario Ombudsman about the types of issues for which the complaints have been filed. And looking at that issues list, it's very similar to what you would see in other municipalities and what we've seen in annual reports from municipal ombudsmans that are in place for specific municipalities. We can go to the next slide, please. There are a few limitations in terms of the jurisdiction and authority for the municipal ombudsman as defined under the Municipal Act. The first is if there is some right of appeal or appeal process or objection process that's already in place, or the ombudsman doesn't have jurisdiction to deal with that until that right of appeal or objection has been exercised. A classic case is if there is a planning decision made and it's been appealed to the LPAT, that's an appeal process, or if there's a business licensing issue or a potentially dangerous dog designation that's taken to the Brampton Appeal Tribunal, those appeal processes have to be exhausted before the ombudsman may decide to look into that matter if they receive a complaint on that. So they can't interject while there's an appeal process going on. That process has to be completed. And secondly, it's very clear in the Act that any recommendation, decision, act, or omission by a legal advisor or counsel to the municipality is not subject to review by the municipal ombudsman. You can go to the next slide, please. But there are some things that are within the Ontario Ombudsman's jurisdiction, and I'll be specific about the Ontario Ombudsman at the moment. Under sections 14, 4.3 and 4.4 of the Ombudsman Act, the Ontario Ombudsman or provincial ombudsman does have some jurisdiction to investigate a complaint if certain preconditions are met. And those are set out here. And really what it means is if a municipal ombudsman or a few other defined accountability and transparency officers, namely the integrity commissioner, the lobbyist registrar, or the auditor general, refuse to investigate a matter, or have conducted and concluded an investigation on a matter, or if there's a time established for which a complaint under those matters must be filed, and that has come and gone, then there may be an opportunity for a person to file a complaint with the Ontario Ombudsman regarding that process. It's not to appeal a decision necessarily of an integrity commissioner or a auditor general, as the case may be, or a municipal ombudsman for that matter, if there's a specific municipal ombudsman within a municipality. It will be to probably look at the process, and as I said before, there is no right or authority for the Ontario Ombudsman to overturn those decisions. It may be making recommendations if they see fit in terms of process improvements going forward. Go to the next slide, please. So we also looked at models in place across some municipalities, and not all municipalities do have a municipal ombudsman in place. So the de facto municipal ombudsman for most municipalities is the provincial ombudsman by statute. But there are really three models that we've looked at. One is relying on the Ontario Ombudsman to fulfill the municipal ombudsman model shown in green. Second is to have a contract with an organization or a service to provide that, and there are examples of municipalities doing that. And third, which really is more or less the City of Toronto model, which they have a standalone municipal ombudsman office and an appointed individual and staff that support the municipal ombudsman that fulfill that function for the City of Toronto. Costs may vary. Right now, the costs, as we understand it, with the Ontario Ombudsman, there are no costs to municipalities. The Ontario Ombudsman does not charge for the services they provide in receiving complaints, and if they follow up with a phone call into a department to look into that complaint, if they think it may or may have some merit for investigation. The contracted service, what we've seen is a ballpark was probably in the order of $50,000 a year based on some benchmarking, but that really is contingent on the amount of complaints that a municipal ombudsman through a contracted service would be dealing with on an annual basis. So that will vary. And in the case of the City of Toronto, our basic information is it's about a $2.7 million from their 2021 budget, $2.7 million operation, and I think in the order of 14 staff work for the municipal ombudsman in Toronto. The hiring process for the Ontario Ombudsman, it would just be a default, and Council has some options if they wish to go through a request for proposal system for a contracted service or a recruitment process if they wish to appoint their own Ombudsman. Go to the next slide, please, Charlotte. In terms of municipal benchmarking, we did some scans, and we found about 30 municipalities that have some involvement in terms of municipal ombudsman. It's not exhaustive, but it gives you a flavor of what's out there. Obviously, the majority are relying on the provincial ombudsman for this service, but there are a few that are noted here that have contracted services with specific firms. What we've seen is most of these firms are legally based. They're pretty much law firms or alternative dispute resolution firms or mediation firms to try and find resolutions. And then we have the one standalone office. And what we've also seen in some of the annual reports that we've reviewed for particularly the contracted services is the typical things that you see that go before a municipal ombudsman may deal with, zoning, parking, parks and recreation, transit, child care services, housing if it's a regional municipality, court matters, noise, garbage pickup, Ontario Works, bylaw enforcement. So those are the typical things that you would see that may find their way to a municipal ombudsman for investigation if warranted. Go to the next slide, please. So the standalone municipal ombudsman office, I won't spend any more time on this. This is the Toronto model, and Council would appoint the municipal ombudsman. They would be fully independent, and they would be securing their budget through Council through the annual budget process, and they would have their own staff that would be responsible to the municipal ombudsman reporting through to Council. Go to the next slide, please. And then finally, I just want to touch on the fact that I mentioned earlier that the public complaint process is being enhanced. We are looking at, from a cross-departmental team led through the CAO's office, about developing an enhanced public complaint policy, certainly updating the public complaint guideline that's currently online, creating a a comprehensive and sort of one-stop shop process for people that wish to make complaints, because there are multiple avenues and paths that people can take depending on what type of complaint they may have. They may not all be matters, as we've talked about, that may go through a municipal ombudsman model. And we also then want to, once this is adopted by council, is make sure that there's public awareness about these avenues for filing complaints. And again, this is critical because regardless of the model that council may select for a municipal ombudsman, and if they continue with the status quo with the provincial ombudsman, the first thing that any ombudsman would do is say, what are the local complaint resolution processes that have been followed, and look at that before they would get involved in a matter. And Mr. Chair, with that, I'll stop, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have on this.
Thank you, Peter. Good job. Thank you to you and your team. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. And so I got through the report and really have come only down to a few questions. The one question I have is the $50,000 or less dollar amount that's being attributed to hiring our own ombudsman. Was that taken out of the fact that all those other municipalities that currently have that structure, that's what they pay? Because none of those municipalities are equal to the size of the city of Brampton.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're right, Councillor. And in fact, when you look at the types of cases that those municipal ombudsman service providers work with the municipalities on, they're looking in the order of, 12, 9 cases a year, things like that, which is less than our 44, which was the last documented information. But really it would be, the determining factor for how much it would cost would be the number of complaints that may be filed. And it may be 44 one year, it may be 15 the next year. Those are hard numbers to project. So the 50,000 may be a little under, but it's based on what we're seeing in budgets in some of those municipalities that have that contracted service.
Okay, so it has the potential to be, if you look at our 44 year, to be almost triple the cost of what other municipalities are currently paying.
Potentially, there may be other factors, because all 44 of those that were documented may not have been investigated by the ombudsman. They may have been determined that there isn't enough there, or the local resolution process was sufficient.
Right, so ultimately we're not sure how much this will actually cost the taxpayers of Brampton.
I think it's too early at this point to actually pinpoint a specific number, because it is driven by complaints.
Sure, and that's fair. But the Ontario Ombudsman charges nothing for the complaints that they look at.
That is correct.
And the Ontario Ombudsman, with all of the one slide you had with the Auditor General, Ombudsman, Enclosed Investigator, they actually have more power than the municipal ombudsman because of those other council reports coming towards the outside of those functions.
Possibly. I don't know if I would say they have more power. They have different powers. So the Ontario Ombudsman, if the Ontario Ombudsman is acting in a capacity as a municipal ombudsman, they have no more authority than a contracted municipal ombudsman or the City of Toronto Ombudsman, because the City of Toronto Act and Municipal Act are pretty much the same. However, the Ontario Ombudsman still does have some oversight responsibility, as I explained, in terms of, if a municipal ombudsman process has been exhausted or has not been investigated, or the time has passed, that a complaint may be filed to the Ontario Ombudsman and they may take that up, or an Auditor General investigation or an Integrity Commissioner matter. The other thing that the Ontario Ombudsman Act does set out is they can do scans, and if they see trends and if they think that there are things that are of systemic importance to various public sector institutions, they may on their own initiate an investigation. And a case in point is back in 2016 or 2017, it's documented in the report, the Ontario Ombudsman initiated an investigation into procurement practices in the City of Brampton, partly at the request of council of the day, but partly it is something that they invoked their mandate under the Ontario Ombudsman Act. So they still have those additional powers, but if they're functioning as a municipal ombudsman, they have the same powers as any other municipal ombudsman.
Right, but they also have the additional powers is kind of where I was leading to, yeah.
The Ontario Ombudsman, yes.
Right. So I guess what it comes down to then, for me, and if it's about optics and what can we do to ensure that there's transparency within the government of the City Hall, I'm not sure how I could support having a municipal ombudsman with the cost that it would be incurred to having that office, but also the municipal ombudsman is hired by council and reports to council. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's how it's set up in the Municipal Act.
But the Ontario Ombudsman is not hired by council and does not report to council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct. However, if the Ontario Ombudsman is fulfilling the function as a municipal ombudsman for the City of Brampton, and they deemed that the complaint had merit, and there was an investigation, then that report would be filed with council, as it would have been through a municipally appointed ombudsman.
So the same thing, but what I'm referring to is for budgetary purposes.
Yes.
So a municipal ombudsman would come to council for their budget for their office. A municipal ombudsman would come to council for the job of the municipal ombudsman, where
Yes.
an Ontario ombudsman would not.
That's correct.
Okay. So I know that we wanted to look at this to see if there was the possibilities of ensuring that people have, they're more comfortable and it represents more of a transparent government, but I don't know how it does with those comments that I just made. So, but I'm happy to hear what other members have to say. But as of right now, I don't think I'll support municipal ombudsman because of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clerk, the recommendations that are on the screen, we're not deciding or voting on any particular type of ombudsman at this time, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. The intent of this report was to just bring this information back so council could make an informed decision if they wish to either select one of the options or whatever they wish to do, just so it's an informed decision.
Okay, and has any thought been given or has anybody checked with Caledon or Mississauga to see if there's any appetite for a regional ombudsman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, very good question. I can tell you that those questions were asked back in 2014, 2015 when the Municipal Act was amended, and at the time it was agreed that it probably didn't make sense. However, I can tell you that, when you look at the Waterloo region, you look at Durham region, it basically, even though it's a contracted service, it's a shared service amongst multiple municipalities within that jurisdiction. So I haven't resurrected that question, but if that's the will of committee and council, that question could be resurrected.
Okay, well, I will leave it up to our regional councillors to see if they want to raise that option at the region. That was my only question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman. That's a good point, actually. We'll see what others have to say. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Peter, in terms of resourcing, so the Ontario Ombudsman, understanding that there's no costs associated directly from the municipality, even though, ultimately it is taxpayers' dollars, including Brampton taxpayers' dollars. Do they have access to resources, additional resources, like, for example, certain expertise they might need to contract, or is everything in-house, or would they sometimes go external? And I guess I asked that because if we were looking at the municipal ombudsman model, Understanding, as Councillor Pelosi had said, that they would come with a budget, but based on different investigations would require different expertise. And is that additional cost that is reflected in that sort of budget that you gave, or is that over and above if required? So do you have any of that information?
So through you, Mr. Chair, you're referring to the provincial ombudsman functioning as a municipal ombudsman and using their in-house resources or external resources. So my experience has been that they're using primarily internal resources. They have intake people or that may, reach out to a municipality and a department saying, hey, we've received a complaint. We'd just like to ask you a few questions about this. If the matter may be resolved at that point and that information provided back to the complainant. If it does evolve into a more formal investigation, they do have investigators because their jurisdiction extends across the provincial sector, the MUSH sector, I think, municipal, universities, schools, and hospitals, with some limited exceptions. And I also know that they have lawyers on staff as well within the Ombudsman Office, because I know those were questions that did come up when the systemic review of the procurement process was underway with the City of Brampton. I'm not personally aware that they've actually gone out to use external resources or services for some of complex investigations. I think when you think about the fact that they have 3,000 complaints that I think they received regarding municipalities over the 2019-2020, they're probably building experience and a knowledge base inside the Ontario Ombudsman Office to deal with the scope of complaints that may come in dealing with municipalities.
Yeah, and thank you through you, Chair. Thank you very much. And Peter, you touched upon having in-house lawyers, et cetera. And, and that's always, when we looked at this before, and I know there's always been, I think the intent is always good when you think about bringing it in-house. But in terms of resources, in terms of, as Councillor Pelosi touched upon, if the goal of an ombudsman is to ensure openness and transparency, the issue of having it in-house is regardless of the outcome, regardless of a proper investigation is done, the credibility of that investigation when it's in-house is often challenged. And so it takes us back to sort of step one, where we're promoting openness and transparency. And that's why the Ontario Ombudsman model and just using Ontario Ombudsman, because it's arm's length to and it's not in-house, does provide more credibility and also the effectiveness when it comes from a resource perspective. The Ontario Ombudsman has those infinite resources as deemed, and my understanding, if so required, they would seek sort of expert opinions, etc. So, in this case, I appreciate the information. It's always good for us to get that refresher, and I'll wait for the report. But thank you very much, Peter, for the information brought forward today. Thank you.
So just to be clear, in my comments, I did say we would bring the report in as well. But if there's no more questions, I had a couple of questions. Do any members have any additional questions? Okay, seeing and hearing none. To you, Mr. Fay, first of all, with the closed meeting investigator, is there any municipalities that have their own closed meeting investigator, or is it mostly done through the province?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe I would, anecdotally, I would probably say 80% or higher use local authority services. Sorry, my apologies, that may not be correct. I'd say a high percentage use local authority services. The Municipal Act also says if a municipality does not appoint a closed meeting investigator, the default is the Ontario Ombudsman. The Ontario Ombudsman has a very rigorous and experienced practice dealing with closed meeting investigations, and they do a lot of them for municipalities. So they have a large share of that business, if you want to call it that. But there are municipalities out there that, in fact, have appointed an integrity commissioner and also given that person responsibility for closed meeting investigations. So that doesn't; those 5 positions don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Got it.
In many cases, it should be, but they don't have to be.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. It would actually make sense for the integrity commissioner to look at the closed meeting investigators as well. Okay, thank you. Secondly, do ombudsmen take anonymous complaints?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my reading of the act and understanding is no. There has to be a complainant, because they have to deal with the complainant, and there are lots of provisions in the Municipal Act regarding maintaining confidentiality and protecting the personal information of complainants and others that may be involved in an investigation, whether it's witnesses or some things like that. So the intent would be, it would not be for anonymous complaints, because there needs to be accountability on all sides.
Okay, thank you. And I wasn't looking at, so I'm okay with the comments that have been made so far. Maybe it's not the right time to move forward, but I was actually looking at either using the Ontario Ombudsman or the contract model, to be honest. But Councillor Bowman did bring up an interesting point, and I'll leave that up to regional councillors if they want to bring it up at the region. The last thing I will say is also the public complaint process enhancement slide that you had up as well. I think that is long overdue. I think we need and this is to communication as well. I think we need one centralized location and maybe an awareness campaign around it when we finalize our positions on ombudsman, internal audit, and attorney general model, which is up next. And also the provincial mechanisms, including the provincial ombudsman too. I think we need a campaign around it as well, just to make people aware that these are your options, and not just for the public, but also for staff as well. And I have a motion, so I'm going to move on to receive the report. I'm seeing no other questions as well. So I have a motion from Councillor Plushy to receive the presentation and the recommendations to receive the report as well. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Hearing and seeing none, the report and presentation are received. Thank you so much to Mr. Fay and your team there. Thank you so much. Moving on, we have the next presentation, 10.1.2, which is the analysis of adopting an Auditor General model. The floor is yours. I think this is by...
Good morning, Chair and members of committee. Can I just do a sound check to make sure that all members of committee can hear me, please?
Yes, and can you also say your name so we pronounce it correctly as well?
Certainly, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Maciej Judachik. I'm the Senior Manager of Business Improvement and Innovation. I'm here to present a brief overview of my analysis for adopting an Auditor General model in the City of Brampton. May I ask to move to the next slide, please? Thank you. I'll start off with a bit of background. City of Brampton has employed an internal audit staff since 1987. Back in 2007, the province had amended the Municipal Act to allow municipalities the discretion to create their own Office of Auditor General for their own respective municipalities. In 2017, this City Council has previously considered this matter and received a report titled Analysis of Establishing a Permanent and Independent Auditor General. At that time, Council received the report and passed Resolution C-388-2017 with, quote, that the current audit structure be maintained given the increased independence and transparency and collaboration, end quote. And then finally, as Mr. Fay had mentioned back on January 27th, Council had requested staff to, quote, staff to investigate the formation of a City of Brampton City of Brampton Office of Municipal Ombudsman and Auditor General reporting directly to Council, end quote. May I ask to move to the next slide? Thank you. The role of an Auditor General is explicitly defined in Section 223.19 of the Municipal Act. The principal role of the Auditor General is stewardship over public funds and for the achievement of value for money in municipal operations. So this role is slightly different than that of a role of an internal auditor, and I will touch on this again to highlight the differences later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. On this slide, I've identified all of the municipalities in Ontario that have either a municipal auditor general, a municipal auditor general that's outsourced to a third-party accounting or audit firm. There is, please note that there's one municipality, City of Hamilton, that has a unique hybrid model. City of Hamilton runs a traditional internal audit function that reports to the audit committee and the city manager. However, City of Hamilton's council has also appointed their director of internal audit to be their municipal auditor general. So it's a hybrid model. And then finally, you'll see that there's a number of municipalities that have a traditional internal audit model. Just as a point of reference to the chair and to members of committee, there are 3 municipalities that I identified through my research that have both an internal audit and auditor general, both in their municipalities, and that's Toronto, City of Windsor, and City of Vancouver, in fact, as well. Above and beyond these municipalities in Ontario, I identified that the City of Halifax and City of Montreal also have an auditor general model as well. May I move to the next slide, please? Thank you. I've provided the typical governance models for both an auditor general and internal audit model here for committee's information, excuse me. But I would just say, as a point of reference to committee, the governance model is ultimately up for council to decide. So whatever council decides with respect to an auditor general, it is council's prerogative to organize the auditor general, the municipal auditor general, in the way that meets their own, that meets your needs and expectations. Next slide, please. The budget for an auditor general is determined by council annually through the normal operating and capital budget process. The largest expense from the benchmarking, through the benchmarking that I've identified is typically labor and consulting services. And what I found was that auditor generals in Ontario, they typically have, they keep a small portion of their operating budget for specialized consulting services like cybersecurity, data analytics, and so forth, if they don't happen to have those skill sets within their own in-house staff. And finally, the magnitude of council's approved budget for an auditor general will ultimately determine the size and therefore the number of projects that can be completed. So in the body of the report, I've identified the operating budgets for each of the 6 Ontario municipal auditor generals. But it's for council's information, whatever council were to decide, it would be up to you as council to determine the operating budget, which would then drive the number of audits that you would want the auditor general to perform on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So as I pointed out a moment ago, the auditor general model is quite similar to an internal audit function, but there are a number of key differences which I'll explain as follows. The auditor general has a focus on stewardship of public funds and value for money. And again, that was explicitly defined in the Municipal Act. An internal audit function focuses more on operational compliance and regulatory audits. Auditor generals are appointed directly by council, whereas internal audit directors are hired by the CAO or by other staff. However, what I've found is that there's typically a collaboration in the hiring process of an internal audit director with the chair and vice chair of the audit committee as well. Next slide, please. Auditor generals have the right to, quote, examine any person under oath on any matter pertinent to an audit, end quote. And that's, again, explicitly defined in the Municipal Act, whereas an internal audit staff does not have that right to subpoena a person to provide information. And lastly, an auditor general has the has the control to determine their own work plan on an annual basis, whereas an internal audit work plan and their schedules are typically reviewed and approved by the city's management and then reviewed and approved by the audit committee. So what I'm saying is that the management and the audit committee have influence over which areas of the municipality get audited and when. Next slide, please. So thank you to members of the committee. I'd be happy to address your questions and comments if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have related staff report 10.2.2, which we'll bring forward and consider. Well, I see first we have Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. In the staff report, there is a recommendation or a set of recommendations of options that council could choose. Can you go over those options for us?
Yes, certainly, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question through the chair. The governance options that I've identified on page 5 of the report, which are for council's information, the first is status quo. What I mean by this is that the City of Brampton employs an existing internal audit function, so keep it the way it is. The second option is to add an Auditor General model without an internal audit function. So that, for instance, City of Ottawa and the City of Greater Sudbury employ just a full-time Auditor General with no in-house internal audit staff. The third option is to add an Auditor General on a full-time basis reporting to council to complement the internal audit function. So as I cited before, there are a couple of municipalities that employ both a full-time Auditor General and an in-house internal audit function, and I've cited Toronto and Vancouver as two cities that have both. Number 4 is to add an Auditor General on a contract or part-time basis. This would be consistent with council's requirements. Both the City of Markham and Windsor employ a third-party accounting or audit firm. Markham employs MNP LLP, and Windsor employs PricewaterhouseCoopers as their contract Auditor General. And then finally, the last option is that unique hybrid model whereby the Director of Internal Audit is appointed by council as their Auditor General, which gives the Director of Audit additional powers as the Auditor General. And this is the model that's employed by City of Hamilton. I hope I've addressed your question, Councillor Bowman. Thank you.
You have. I'm going to go back a little bit because I think we're missing an option here. We had a brand new document presented to audit, which was passed, and in that document, it gave control over audit to the CAO. We have been told over and over and over, I don't know how many times, in audit and in council, that the new charter, there was no changes to what was previously done here in the city. We have been told by the CAO that audit has always reported directly to the CAO. Any comments on that?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I think Councillor Bowman, in the options that I've cited here, option 1 is the status quo. So that is to retain the existing internal audit function. So the internal audit charter, which was presented back to the audit committee on September the 6th or 8th, I believe, that charter, it's my understanding that it identifies the internal audit director reporting to the CAO, but also reporting their audit reports to the audit committee on a quarterly basis. So in terms of the options here, I believe number one would address that concern, Councillor Bowman, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have about that.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm looking for a response from our CAO, who had told us continually there was no change in that report, and that audit had always reported through the CAO. Is that true? Well, I guess I'm not going to get an answer, so I'll go on. If you've read the attachments in the appendix to this report, I'm just going to read some of it out, because to my way of thinking, we need to go back to the charter, because we were not told the exact truth, I believe, when other members voted to accept the charter. Let me read you some things from the minutes of audit December 13th, 2017, AU 031 2017 to AU 043 2017. And this is a report from Harry Schlang and Joe Patare. And background: in 2016, in cooperation with City Council, the independence of this function was strengthened through a direct line reporting to Council through the Audit Committee, with only admin support from CAO's office. Now, that is not what we have been told over and over and over. I will go on. That the follow-up process for audits is to provide a quarterly update to internal audit on the progress of implementing agreed-upon audit recommendations. Internal audit reviews the comments submitted by the department. Where necessary, the Director of Internal Audit will meet directly with management to discuss the respective progress and comments. Upon completion, the audit recommendations by management, internal audit will assess whether a follow-up audit is to validate and the implemented processes and procedures are operating effectively. Such follow-up audits are in internal audit's annual work plan, which is approved by the audit committee. Nobody else, by the audit committee, and then through council. I will go on. Internal audit is focused on performing an objective assessment of evidence to provide an independent opinion as to the effectiveness and efficiency of processes or systems in order to assist departmental management in achieving their business goals and objectives independently. So in 2016, there was an audit completed on the CAO's office. There was also an audit completed on the Human Resources Department. Now, I would love someone to explain to me how an effective independent audit can be conducted on a CAO's department when that audit department reports directly to the CAO. That is why these things were all changed by council in 2016. Item number 7.1.2, council through audit committee with administrative support only from CAO's office. In addition, changes were made to the internal audit charter and the audit committee terms of reference in September 2017, which further enhanced the independence of the audit function. And in cooperation with City Council, the independence of the audit function was strengthened. Limited justification can be made to suggest deviation from the city's current internal audit report. There was also a report from Standard & Poor's after we made these changes. This was further confirmed recently by Standard & Poor's in its report to the City of Brampton, where they stated restructuring within the last 2 years resulted in the strengthening of Brampton's budgeting processes, improvement to control measures, and transformation of its senior management. In these changes that we made, we specifically changed it so that the internal audit function is not only hired independent of the CAO, but reports directly to council through the committee, through the audit committee. That's a fact. We changed it, we voted on it, and we put it in writing. And when we go into meetings and we hear that, no, this is not the case, that is always reported to the CAO, that is not factual. And the reason I'm bringing this all up is because I think that there's another option that we're missing here. And that is the option, and I can't do it because I lost that vote. There is an option here to reopen that charter and change it back the way it was in 2016 and move forward with that position. And that's all I'm going to say on that. I asked for a comment, but we didn't get one. But like I said, when we're told over and over and over again something that's inaccurate, and then we vote on something based on inaccurate information, I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's fair to the residents who directly hold us responsible for the benefit of all the audits that go on in the city, how the money's spent, how we deal with people. And again, I'm looking at that we should move back. This should be going to the audit committee anyways before we do anything with it. The audit committee, that's why they're there. So I'll wait and hear what everybody else has to say. But like I said, we're missing an option here, and that option was not presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. You've also requested that somebody on the opposing side open up the previous decision, and I'll let the chair go next. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you very much through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Bowman. I don't think I could have even done half a job which you just presented, laying the facts and really clarifying a lot of things to me, unfortunately, as the Chair, and I plead mea culpa. And the reason I do, I specifically remember when we discussed the charter, and I specifically remember Councillor Palashi very animated and passionate about the fact, pointing out the fact that the independence was lost in the charter which we approved. I myself was not only directly told or also heard the same answer as many of us in council, that nothing had changed from previous term of council, and nothing had changed from what was our previous CAO and the way that the CAO was independent. When you look at the slide presentation, which we have, and one of the slides, and you don't have to go back to it, but it says that the CAO and the audit committee will review the approvals and work plan, etc. And clearly, for what Councillor Bowman just expressed to us and read to us, that is not the case. With that said, I was on the so-called winning side, even though I definitely felt I lost and Brampton residents have lost and transparency and accountability has lost at the corporation. But I do think that we do have an opportunity to look at this again, and I guess I will look towards the city clerk. Do we, because this does have to be referred to the audit committee, and I do know the members of audit committee has raised this as an issue. Would the appropriate thing to do is open up the audit charter now, city clerk, or can we simply just refer this to the next upcoming audit committee meeting where we can, as an audit committee, provide guidance? And also, as part of a motion, is that we immediately look for an internal auditor to be hired directly by the audit committee, not by the chair or vice chair in conjunction with CEO, but the audit committee as a whole. So that there's an opportunity there. So if I can get some guidance, City Clerk, any comments to that effect?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee. So council has made a decision in regards to the internal audit function and the charter. So if council wishes to reconsider that decision, it would be a reconsideration. And that can only occur at City Council, and it can only occur through a notice of motion moved by a member who was on the prevailing side. And to your other question, Councillor Medeiros, if it's the will of this committee to refer this report for further consideration on the models to the audit committee, that could be a proper motion. Audit committee is scheduled to meet next Tuesday, May 4th, and council on May 5th. But if it is a reconsideration of a decision council has made, that can only be initiated at council itself.
So now through you, Chair, based on the comments that Councillor Bowman raised, if we were given not proper information, which we based our decision, wouldn't that in itself would that still require 2/3, the fact that we voted on information which was inaccurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, yes, the council decision stands. So if to reconsider that decision, it's still a required 2/3 vote.
Okay, so I guess I will more than happy move that, move forward, and I will send a notice of motion for you for our next council meeting. But in the meantime, would it be a proper motion to refer this report to the audit committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is a proper motion if that's what committee of council wishes to do.
Yeah, so I'm more than happy to do that, and with the understanding that also for us to achieve the 2/3 in a reopening, I will send that to you, City Clerk, and then after, I guess, that the audit committee would be more appropriate for us to discuss immediate recruitment of an internal auditor. City Clerk, is that probably the appropriate table?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't sure if that was a question to me.
Yeah.
Probably within the context of the models that have been outlined in this report and presentation. But as I understand the audit charter today, and I don't have it in front of me, so I apologize, but I understand it's that position is hired by the CAO in consultation with the audit chair. So if the intent is to change that process, then that may be part of the reconsideration, which if council wishes to consider that next week, that's within council's purview.
Okay, so before I move referral, because we can speak to a referral, City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if a referral is on the floor, then yeah, a referral can be debated on the merits of the referral.
Okay, so I'll refer that to audit, and with the understanding that I will move a motion as a notice of a motion for next week's council. Thank you very much, City Clerk.
Thank you. I just want to confirm the dates. I think everything works out. So audit is on Tuesday and council is on Wednesday, correct? So it can be ratified essentially the next day?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. Moving on, we have Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for your passion. It's something that I don't have to get into right now. I'm on that side that can't bring this forward, so I thank you, Councillor Medeiros, for moving that. Also, I think it's a great suggestion to send this to audit to get their opinion on how we move forward. Peter, if I can ask, or sorry, to the staff delegation, can I ask, was one of the options, I had thought that Vancouver and Toronto were different. I see in this one of the slides that they're the same, but I had thought that what I had read was that there was one municipality, and this may be Hamilton, that has the Auditor General model, but it's an Auditor General taking over the audit director position. So it's kind of all the powers of an Auditor General, but housed within the city, utilizing that the staff have in the office of the auditor.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The councillor may be referring to the city of Hamilton. I don't mean to speak for you, but to give you some more information on the city of Hamilton's model, they have appointed, the city of Hamilton's council has given their director of internal audit additional powers consistent with the Auditor General sections in the Municipal Act to be their municipal internal auditor, with everything else being the same, meaning that his staff are still internal audit staff, and there was really no other financial or budgetary implication. I hope that does that answer your question, Councillor?
Absolutely, and kind of leads to me where I'm trying to go, and the possibility of this may not needing a reopening if the question before us is to change our audit function with one of the positions that we have before us. One of those can be if we make our Director of Audit the Auditor General, or we hire an auditor general to be that person, then essentially, this may be a question for Peter, we're reopening our the audit function in terms of reference, are we not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would have to look at that. When council has made its decisions this term and last term, they were deciding on the internal audit function and its relationship to the audit committee and the administration. Council's now turning its mind to creating an auditor general function, which they're entitled to do, which at this point, just based on where the conversation's going, is not necessarily a reconsideration.
Okay, so it's not necessarily a reconsideration. So, but if council then chose to go like the city of Hamilton, then since we've already approved our terms of reference for the director of audit, is that not a reconsideration of this council's earlier decision?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would have to see what the proposed motion is to provide the best advice to council in terms of what council has already decided and moving forward, because over the last few years, there hasn't been any contemplation about going to an auditor general model. But council is entitled to go down that path should they so choose.
Okay, so Peter, if we say we support in the next council, now I fully support it going to the audit committee, but let's say it comes back from the audit committee and it's Hamilton's model that the city looks to adopt. Is that a reopening?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at what the current internal audit charter says to be able to provide advice on that. And I don't have that in front of me. I wasn't expecting this question.
Okay. I guess those are my questions, and I know you'll have that in front of you, and you'll probably review it tonight, Peter, or hopefully not tonight, but it'll probably be reviewed before council makes the decision next week. But I think that's kind of where I'm going to see if we can have the best of both worlds. I think Hamilton, which I had thought it was Vancouver when I read the report, but I think Hamilton has the right model. But I look forward to hearing other members and the audit committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
No, I was just responding. I don't have a question.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, through the chair. Peter, going back to Councillor Palashi, if we send this over to audit and audit makes recommendation, do we still need 2/3 to reopen it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not necessarily. The purpose of this report is to respond to council's request for consideration of establishing an auditor general model. Council could decide, hypothetically, that one of the options is to establish a separate auditor general from an internal audit function. And that's not a reopening or a reconsideration of a council decision. So the purpose of the referral, as I understand it, is to refer the report and the options that are set out in the report to the audit committee for its information and potentially input therefore for council consideration. So I think it's premature to say it's a reconsideration on that particular point of just consideration of the Auditor General report. If that was the case, then it conceivably could have been a reconsideration when the motion was first introduced in January, and that was not the way it was taken.
Yeah, so, committees make recommendation to us in council, so we would not need 2/3 to reopen this then when it comes back to council. That's what I'm trying to say.
It may not, through you, Mr. Chair, on the model.
Okay.
The earlier comment that Councillor Bowman was talking about changing the internal audit charter, that may include a reconsideration based on the intent of what the proposal is for change and what the current internal audit charter says right now.
Even if the committee recommends it, we still need 2/3, what Councillor Bowman was saying?
So through you, Mr. Chair, my advice is if this report gets referred to audit committee on Tuesday, audit committee, just like committee of council today, should not be having conversation and debate and moving motions about changing the internal audit charter, because council has already made that decision. and only council can reconsider that decision. So that decision point would be at City Council, not at Audit Committee. It's entirely within Audit Committee's purview, if Committee of Council wishes to refer this report on the options, high-level options for conversation and input with the Audit Committee on Tuesday. And to me, at face value, that's not a reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Next, we have Mayor Brown.
Okay, I think this has been a really informative discussion today with the presentations, and I think we have a council that is united in our commitment to be a model in transparency and accountability. And I think right now we're looking at ways to move that yardstick forward. And so whether it's the Ombudsman model, the Auditor General model, or the in-house model, I think these are all positive conversations. I'd say to Councillor Bowman, I think his issue is an aside to this, but I too share your perspective that internal audit should be independent of any office in the city, and if it requires 2/3, I will be there with you to make sure that we have that independence. And in terms of the Auditor General model, what I like about the Auditor General model is that it's very arm's length. And I guess do we still have the presenter there? Council Chair Singh?
Mache?
Through the chair, yes, I'm here to
Okay, good.
address any questions from the mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. So my question would be, would it be viewed that the Auditor General model would be more arm's length than what we have today? Because at first blush, it would look like the Auditor General model would be the most arm's length from the city.
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, I would characterize it as the most arm's length or most independent. And the reason I would say that is an Auditor General has the control and the powers to determine their own work plan. And secondly, the Auditor General reports directly to council without any staff involvement. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And so, and I think you're touching upon the right point here, is so without any staff involvement. And so if you look at other models, the in-house model, then there is staff involvement. And so, I think it's fair to get input from all corners, and I'm not against getting the input of the audit committee, but I like the idea of something that is more arm's length and independent. And so I guess to Peter Fay, if we wanted to move the Auditor General model, what would be the appropriate time to do it? It wouldn't be today, it would be next week after it's had the input from the audit committee. Is that what you're suggesting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Chair, to the mayor, and it may not matter the path. The path that's before committee right now is to refer this report to audit committee on Tuesday, potentially with the pretense that would go to council the next day on the 5th. If committee wishes to refer that with a clause that the Committee of Council's preference is for an separate Auditor General model, that could be something that could be included in the referral. But that would all come to council next Wednesday on the 5th. If committee does not wish to refer the matter to audit committee and wish to make recommendations today, they can so do that, and then those would come to council next week for ratification.
Okay, well, at first read and after hearing this presentation, it appears like the Auditor General is the most independent and arm's length, and so that's where I am sympathetic right now, but I don't want to dismiss the opportunity to get input from others. So I hope someone will move that next week. But unless we hear suggestions otherwise, why there may be a better model. I know Councillor Pelletier was trying to think of a creative way to get the best of both worlds. So I will rest my comments and wait to hear what others have to say.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Mayor Brown was asking many of the questions for clarification that I wanted to ask, which was essentially which model has the most arm's length transparency, et cetera, from the city and from council. And it appears that the Auditor General model is the most arm's length. It's clear. Is it clear, I guess, question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, is it clear in the Municipal Act that the difference between an Auditor General model and internal audit in terms of who they report to?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, for a brief, for some clarity, the internal audit function is not identified in the Municipal Act. The Municipal Act speaks strictly to Auditor Generals under their accountability and transparency mechanisms. So for your information and for council, for committee's information, the Municipal Act is silent on internal audit functions.
So okay, thank you. Because so to be further clarified, then the Auditor General model is governed by legislation versus internal audit, which is not?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct. But I would add that the internal audit is not overseen by legislation, but it's overseen by the Audit Committee's terms of reference and the internal audit charter.
Okay, so perhaps that might be where some of the discrepancy and confusion is as we've been going through this, and I'm now recalling a lot of the discussions and debate we had about the charter and who the internal audit or auditor reports to or who doesn't. I think that there is perhaps a level of subjectivity there because it's not clearly laid out in the Municipal Act, whereas the Auditor General model is clearly legislated and governed and protected by the Municipal Act. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Through the chair to the councillor, may I ask you to please repeat your question? I'm not sure if I fully comprehended it. I'm sorry.
So that's okay. I apologize. The Auditor General model is legislated in the Municipal Act. We've had a little bit of, I guess, confusion or uncertainty around who the internal auditor reports to in our existing model. It sounds like the internal auditor model is more governed by local policy and procedures that we've set up ourselves versus the Auditor General, which is truly arm's length as legislated in the Municipal Act. So like from my perspective, so I guess that was my question. Is it possible that some of the discrepancy or the interpretation over who the internal auditor reports to or doesn't report to and the strength of the charter that we have right now is because it's not legislated by the Municipal Act? It's purely a function and a creation of council.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Yes, you're correct. Your interpretation is correct. The Municipal Act explicitly identifies where the Auditor General reports to, and that's to the Municipal Auditor General reports to the Municipal Council. The internal auditor or the head of internal audit, their governance is determined locally. Not through legislation. It's determined locally through the Municipal Audit Committee, through the Audit Committee terms of reference, and the Internal Audit Charter.
Okay. And the Internal Audit Charter is created by council or is approved, ratified by council?
The internal audit, excuse me, through the chair to Councillor Santos, I apologize. The Internal Audit Charter is written by staff and presented to the Audit Committee for approval, and then ultimately up to Council for their ratification.
So does the Auditor General have a similar charter?
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, the brief answer is no. But however, the Auditor General it's recommended that council pass a bylaw. If council choose to adopt a local municipal auditor general, I would recommend that the council adopt a bylaw establishing that auditor general to identify what their mandate is and to clarify that the municipal auditor general report directly to council.
Okay, so I'm based on this information and previous discussions, it's sounding more and more that if we're looking at something that is truly arm's length to council or to the city and truly arm's length and protected by the Municipal Act and other legislation, the Auditor General model seems to be far more powerful or a little bit more credibility than the model that we have at the moment. Anyway, I would be happy to support having an Auditor General model moving forward. That's not to say that we need to get rid of the internal audit work that we're doing. I think that there's value in that as well. But certainly in this day and age and ongoingly over the past decades, as we've been receiving requests for investigation after investigation, question after question for a decade now or more, not just this term of council, then I think maybe we need to try something different. And so have we ever implemented an Auditor General model before in Brampton?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, the previous term of council had identified an interim Auditor General. I believe this was, I sincerely apologize, I wrote it in my report. I believe it was in 2013, I believe. In December 2014, the city appointed Mr. Jim McCarter as an interim Auditor General for the purpose of reviewing the city's fiscal state.
Okay. So, and I think we got some interesting information out of those particular reports. Okay, so I'm fine. I don't know if anyone's going to move anything at this point in time. It sounds like folks want to have a discussion at audit committee about this, and then bring it back to council next week for some sort of a decision moving forward. But I do think that we should make a decision very soon, and look forward to discussing this at audit committee.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Medeiros for the second time speaking to the referral motion.
Thank you. Through the chair. If you had your slides, I don't know if we can bring up the slides again. Can we bring up the slides, City Clerk?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. We'll bring them up
and there's a
momentarily.
particular slide I'd like to bring to the attention of my colleagues where it specifically does the comparison between Auditor General and an internal auditor. So, yes. So when you go back to where those arrows are, there's a direct comparison.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I think, no, down, yeah. There, these, right?
Okay.
These
Yeah,
are-
so if you go back, yes, okay. Yep, right there, that's perfect. So, based on comments which I just heard, there's a couple of things that I'd like to sort of highlight and highlight for those in case there's confusion or people don't understand. I think one, Councillor Bowman is very effective in saying, basically we're here today because there's been a lot of issues which have been raised, not by us, by media, by certain things that have happened. And we're now attempting to look at this again and tell the public, no, we are transparent and open. But the answer has always been since 2017, which if we just followed what we approved and everyone followed exactly and we understood that we were doing the exact same thing, we wouldn't be here today. So the second thing I would refer to, and someone mentioned, it's legislative, it's under the act. And so I would ask, for example, to the presenter, how many municipalities, for example, in Peel have an Auditor General?
Excuse me, through the chair to the councillor, none. The answer is no.
Okay. So there, if you look at the comparison in terms of the mandate, so you had suggested again, and you had answered to one of my colleagues, that if we did go for an auditor general, and I heard this whole spiel about it being independent, but we would still have to develop the mandate, because clearly what you've outlined, the internal audit has certain functions that the auditor general does not have. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. I'm not sure if I fully understand it and comprehend it. An auditor general and internal audit staff have a very similar mandate. The explicit interpretation from the Municipal Act is that the Auditor General has a focus on stewardship of public funds and value for money. So I interpret that as a more financial focus, whereas an internal auditor has a operational, compliance, regulatory focus. But with that said, there are financial aspects that, like financial audits, that an internal audit staff can do as well. I apologize. I'm not sure if I'm addressing your question properly, Councillor.
And you are. Thank you very much. Because essentially what I'm trying to show, you have two different functions. And what you stated to the previous question was that if we were to go to the Auditor General model, because if everyone's hanging their hat on the fact that it's third party, it's independent, we would still have to change its mandate to be able to do some of those things that the internal audit does. And it goes back to what Councillor Pelletier had raised the fact, and sorry, Councillor Pelletier, you seem to be popular on my tongue today. So you have mentioned the Hamilton model, which is sort of the best of both worlds. But essentially, at core, what we're talking about is independence, is reporting directly to council. So the idea that the Auditor General, you know, be it if we go to that model or the other, the fact that it's going to reinstore confidence of the public and so on, the function essentially is what we currently have, what we should have had, but we don't. So I do think that this has to go to audit to have a more spirited debate and for us to really understand what are we talking about differences. Because if the internal auditor, and we recognize that the internal audit function, because if you see some of the things here, operations, compliance, for example, HR issues. We've had a lot of HR issues raised. Is that something the Auditor General would look at? The Auditor General, when I was around for Jim McCarter, and many of us were, they provided guidelines on how we can, you know, financially improve at the city, very general broad strokes, where the internal audit, they seem to do specific audits to, as warranted, to certain departments and regarding its compliance and so on. So you did illustrate that the functions essentially, there seems to be a lot of similarity. So this idea that going to an Auditor General, that, you know, we essentially, all the woes that we're dealing with and all the negative media stories, that everything's going to go away. You know, it's like putting lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig, right? We still have to deal with
Point of order. Sorry, point of order. Point of order. It's Councillor Santos. Point of order. If I may, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, because I think Councillor Medeiros is referring to some of the comments that I perhaps have made, and I wanted to very much clarify that I did not allude to any of those things. In fact, in what I said was, it sounds like the Auditor General model is governed by legislation through the Municipal Act, and I did say that I would like to see an Auditor General model, but I also said that that does not mean that we should get rid of internal audit. I did not say we had to choose one or the other. I did.
I've never suggested that you did.
Just for clarification. Just for clarification, I am totally fine having both. So I just wanted to make a point of order to say that that is not true. What I did say was we need to make sure we have all openness and transparency and accountability in place. And I don't think having an Auditor General model is going to hurt.
Well, may I make a suggestion? Can we continue this debate at audit and have Councillor Willens go next, because he's been waiting and he hasn't spoken yet?
No, you acknowledge the point of order on statements which essentially I've explained just some of the comments that essentially we have two arm's length models that we have. And my point being that what Councillor Pelletier has suggested, the Hamilton model, the hybrid, seems interesting, and this is going to that committee. But what was being proposed here, what we're saying and what my comments reflect, are the comments that one model would be more transparent in arm's length in comparison to another model, which in fact is not the case. So essentially what I'm saying is that this debate should be had at audit, and we'll wait for the recommendations. By no means that I misrepresent any comments that were made previously, but to state that if we go back to the core of this debate, is that in 2017, which the purpose was to exactly get to where we want to be, unfortunately, the answer seems very relevant that we just haven't followed, and we haven't enacted what we thought we did. So we do have an opportunity to come back. But in terms of, you know, one difference over another, the Auditor General provides some interesting aspects. The internal auditor provides some interesting aspects. A hybrid model even seems more interesting. So I look forward to the discussion. But I do say, chairs, you know, the fact that councillors call point of orders and call, you know, point of orders only recognized by the chair if there's merit to them. So I would just say that there seems to be a habit of when people don't like to hear what they're hearing, they will call a point of order. They can wait in turn and wait in line like everyone else to be on the board and speak to whatever the comments they would want to be. Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Willens?
Speaking to the referral, thank you, Councilor Medeiros. You did bring a lot of the points I was going to bring up. This question is actually for Peter, speaking to the referral. When it comes back to audit, I know that back in 2017 or 2016, when we looked at these different models, we did have a pros and cons list that was provided by the CAO. What was better over the other? Would it be? I know I don't want to put you too much work, Peter, but would it be possible to try to find that pros and cons, because it did lead more towards an internal audit reporting directly to council. So if you could bring that back, that would be very helpful for the councillors of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think just in comment to the previous councillor that was potentially commenting on my comments, the reason why I called a point of order was because you were referring to comments that were made before you. And so as a point of order, I wanted to clarify. And so again, I will clarify again that I think that having an added function to increase accountability and transparency, because based on the screen that I see right now, there is a slight difference in terms of what the Auditor General would do versus an internal auditor would do. And the internal auditor, based on this conversation, is a creation of the City of Brampton, is a creation of council. The Auditor General model is legislated through the Municipal Act and has its own jurisdiction and its own regulations that govern what it does, which is an added level of accountability and transparency. And that is the reason why I support it, because I believe that this council supports more accountability and transparency, I would think. And there's no reason why we can't have both, I guess is what I was saying. So I did call what I feel a legit point of order, because somebody was referring to comments that I had made before. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hoping that debate will end and we can continue at audit. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Singh. I just want to add a couple of points very quickly. And it's the question, who makes the decision on the roles of the auditor and their powers within the City of Brampton? Who makes those decisions?
Councillor Bowman, is that specifically to anyone?
Yeah, well, let me direct it to our clerk. Is when we make bylaws, when we make decisions, when we create anything, internal guidelines, those are done by council resolutions, correct? It's not like they don't hold any water anywhere.
Through you, Mr. Chair, many ultimately derive their authority from council resolution, but they have to be in compliance with legislation. And it may be the case that as part of a council resolution, they may delegate authority to staff to do something, but ultimately everything results back to a bylaw of council.
Thank you. So we've got tons and tons of other bylaws that that people adhere to and that council adheres to. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Also, one point that keeps coming up again and again and again in this conversation is that an independent auditor general has the power to make up his or her own schedule of audits, and that they report directly to council. I'm going to say it again. That's exactly what we had in 2017. The internal auditor created their own yearly audit calendar and presented it through the committee to staff. They were independent. And as far as reporting structure goes, they reported first to the audit committee, then directly to council. That's exactly what we had. And when people keep saying, oh, I want an auditor general, we had a working hybrid model that was working very well until it got changed through the charter. Now, I just want to ask Majid, do you know anything about Standard 2500-A1 of the International Standard of Professional Practices of Internal Auditing?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, I'm familiar with the Institute of Internal Auditors professional guidelines, but I'd have to review it. I'd have to review it again.
Okay, because everything we came up with in 2006 and then again in 2017 were in accordance with the requirements of Standard 2500-A1 of the International Standards for Professional Practice of Internal Auditing. Internal Audit has established a follow-up process to monitor and ensure that management action plans for audit recommendations have and will be implemented. So it's not like there's no governing body. It's not like we appoint somebody and say, oh, you're our auditor, and they follow no rules, like an auditor general has rules under the Municipal Act. There are a concrete set of rules from the International Standards of Professional Auditors, is there not?
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, yes, actually, Councillor Bowman, you're quite correct. Internal auditors follow a set of professional standards, which you've identified. It's implemented by a global body similar to CPA Canada, but this is actually a global body. It's called the Institute of Internal Auditors, and they publish a set of ethical standards, but also professional standards by which internal auditors follow those. That's right. That's correct.
Thank you, Majid. And please don't take my passion as anything against you. It's certainly not directed at you. It's just directed at the whole process that we changed. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I'd just like to make a couple. First is I do support this referral back to audit. I hope to flesh this out. I'm looking forward to hiring our auditor ASAP, and thank you for the robust conversation, and I know we will flesh this out. So moving receipt of the presentation, and we're have a motion from Councillor Medeiros to refer the report analysis of adopting an auditor general model to the committee of council. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to read this again. Sorry. So we have a referral motion. One, that the presentation titled Analysis of Adopting an Auditor General Model to the Committee of Council meeting of April 18th, 2021 be received, and that the report titled Analysis of Adopting an Auditor General Model to the Committee of Council meeting on April 28th, 2021 be referred to the May 4th, 2021 meeting of the Audit Committee. This is moved by Councillor Medeiros, and a recorded vote has been requested.
Members of committee, a recorded vote has been requested on the receipt of the presentation and referral. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Singh.
Yes.
Thank you. The referral motion and receipt of the presentation carries 11-0.
All right, thank you. So 10.2.1 and 10.2.2 were already dealt with. 10.2.3 was put in consent. 10.2.4 was also put in consent. Moving on, 10.3.1 was deferred. And I think we have 10.3.2, which is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Bowman, aggregate separation costs for city employees. To you, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Chair Singh. And this was just a request that I have to bring through open session. I think in the interest of total transparency and accountability to the residents, I have asked that, or I would like to ask, that a report come back to council in open session with the separation costs that we have paid for city employees over the last 2 years. I think everybody has a right to know what it's cost us to separate with employees. And, you know, I don't think we should be hiding those numbers. And so I ask now that we bring that report forward. It should not be hard to produce, I don't think. So if we can bring it forward to either this council meeting or the following council meeting, I would be very pleased to see that.
Okay, no problem. So that'll be a motion. Yeah,
yes.
Moved by Councillor Bowman. I see a request from Mayor Brown.
Yeah, just a friendly suggestion. I know we were all provided this information. We were provided the last 5 years, so it gives a context of how you can compare this term of council has been to the previous term of council. So the information that was provided was based on 5 years. Are you okay with having it all provided, not just a partial?
Well, the only problem with doing it for 5 years was that we at one time brought in a CAO whose objective was to streamline City Hall, and that's exactly what he did. So I don't think that that's really comparing apples to apples when we look at the firings and layoffs that happened then as compared to what's gone on in this term of council. We're responsible. This 2018 term of council, we're responsible for that. So that's why I've asked for the 2018 numbers. It's our responsibility as this council.
Well, the one thing I would say is I think the public is knowledgeable and can make those determinations. I think the more information we provide the public, the better. I'll support this motion, but I'd also say I would support even a broader level of disclosure to the public, and including in previous years, whether it's the last 5 years or the last 10 years. You know, I think it's important you provide the public with as much transparency and context as staff have available.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to having, you know, information available to the public. It's their right to have it.
No, I just need clarification because I heard a lot of comments. So is that a friend ask, Mayor Brown? And did you accept Councillor Bowman?
Sure, I don't mind bringing all the numbers forward. No.
Okay, so 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown completely stole my idea. I was going to request the same thing. That way we can compare. It's not necessarily an apples to oranges comparison, but it is important information that the residents can see. We're being open, transparent, and they will understand and know that when you're looking from one term to the other, there may be differences, but it's important that they are aware of those differences. So I appreciate the request for the amendment, and thank you, Councillor Bowman, for accepting that.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you for you, Chair. I guess I'm interested to know why 5 years and not, so if we're going to compare one term of council to the other, right now we're in what, our third year? So why wouldn't we not do a full, because I don't know why 5 and not 2 complete terms. And part of the narrative, the information that comes back, Sandeep, I'd be interested to hear accompanying with it as part of the narrative, based on what was happening contextually during those 4 years, what was happening contextually during these last 3 years, and certainly we have COVID. So I do think there's information to be provided in terms of what was housed in strategy, what was part of policy, etc. But again, I guess to the mover of the amendment, Mayor Brown, if we're looking at all the years, I don't know why 5 years is a magic number. You said you'd be open to 10, so I guess we can look at the last 2 terms of council.
Yeah, Councillor Medeiros, it was a friendly amendment, so I don't believe it's considered an amendment anymore. But I would say the more years the staff have available, if they have 10 years available, 10 years is great. More context, the better. More transparency, the better.
Okay, that'd be great. So I'm fine with that. And again, I guess just direction the staff on anything that comes back would be just some contextual information about what were some of the separation costs and if they were part of an overall strategy or not. Thank you.
To the HR director.
Through the chair, thank you. Councillor Medeiros, absolutely, we can contextualize that information, but I will have to take it back to understand what level of data do we have available. It definitely, if we're extending it to 10 years, it may be hard because I don't believe that data exists just to be plugged into a report. So with council's permission, definitely if you wanted the report next week, I do have the 5-year data ready to go. But if we were looking farther back, I hope that there will be some time to gather that information.
All right, thank you. We have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman that staff be requested to report an open session on the separation costs for the past 5 years or more as available to May 5th or May 19th, 2021 meeting of City Council. Is anyone opposed? Hearing and seeing none, that carries. We have no correspondence. Any councillors have any questions? Hearing and seeing none, to the clerk, do we have any questions from the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I will pass it on to the Public Works and Engineering section. Thank you to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. So for our Public Works section, can the clerk confirm that all items are in consent? Mr. Clerk.
Sorry, my apologies. I didn't realize that was a question. The items have been added to consent. The only items we have, I believe, are 11.5, council question period, and 11.6, public question period.
Thank you. That is my understanding as well. So next item is 11.5, councillor question period. Do any members have questions? I have a question from Councillor Willems. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, it's. I guess it's a question. It doesn't have anything to relate to anything that's put in consent. Maybe it's for staff if they can give us a report back, just by email is fine. With regards to the closure of downtown when we're doing the infrastructure repairs, I've had some comments from some businesses down there. They're concerned about having to be closed during the construction, and they're concerned because they said that they've been told they aren't allowed to even do. Well, they can't do inside indoor dining anyway, but they've been told they can't do pickup or takeout. So can we get clarification on that? Maybe just by email. We don't have to go into detail today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, through the chair, could I respond to that?
Please, Jane.
Councillor Vicente. So Councillor Willems, we are preparing a report with the assistance of the region, and we should be coming back. I think it was May the 12th that we were going to be coming back to council. So we were just going to be, sorry, to committee. So we can just talk about the logistics of the work that the region is contemplating. And we'd like to get some advice from council in regards to some road closures in order to make sure that we are doing the infrastructure replacement as efficiently as we can. So we're expecting that to come back May the 12th, and we have asked the region to be in attendance at that meeting so they can answer any of Councillor's questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Jane. Yeah, perfect, Jane. Thank you. And it's through you, Chair. That's good to hear, because I know that when we looked at doing the downtown reimagine, that was a big concern, and we got all the businesses on board to do it. And we did do some mitigation measures to make sure that the businesses could stay open. So that's good to hear that. Hopefully we have a positive report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Acting Commissioner. So next we have public question period, where members of the public can ask questions with regards to the Public Works section. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public?
There are no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Santos to chair the Community Services section of today's committee agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. The next section is Community Services. I believe the only things left to be dealt with are actually Councillor question period and public question period. Do any councillors have any questions related to this section of the agenda? Seeing none. The next item is public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions submitted to you for Community Services?
Madam Chair, there are no questions for either this section or section 14, general public question period.
Okay, thank you very much. Referred matters list. This list is published quarterly.
Sorry, through Chair, I got my name up there a little late. Sorry on.
I'm
questions.
sorry, Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Yeah, it's regards to the indoor garden building that we approved. Can in the discussions with staff, can we bring it up to make this somehow they can make this thing portable, so that I know it's a trial period, but perhaps if it's successful, we can move it around throughout the city so other areas of Brampton have an opportunity to see this.
It's Commissioner Nader. Sorry, through the chair. Yes, we can work with the group to make that happen if that's possible within the structure of the shed.
Yeah, perfect. Only if it's possible, because I don't know the construction side of this thing. I don't understand all the functions of it, but that's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. The next item is referred matters list, item 13.1. The list is published quarterly on a meeting agenda, and a copy is linked with each agenda to include a current listing of matters referred to the city staff for further review and or report back to council or to committee. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the referred matters list? I see none. Okay, our public question period, there are no questions. We are now going to move into closed session. I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to move into closed session to deal with the following item. That committee proceed into closed session to discuss matters pertaining to the following. 15.1, open meeting exception under section 2392C, E, F, and K of the Municipal Act 2001, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. 15.2, open meeting exception under section 2392BEF of the Municipal Act 2001. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And I believe there was one more item that was added, Mr. Clerk, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. If they're okay, that's it. So we're going to move into closed. Is anybody opposed to moving into closed? Seeing no objection, that motion carries. To members of the public watching today's meeting, all meetings of committee must start and end in public session. After closed session is completed, committee will reconvene in public session to complete its business on today's agenda. Mr. Clerk, how much time would you need?
Through you, Madam Chair, probably a healthy 15 minutes. So there's a number of individuals to come into closed session.
Okay, so we
that we see present, we see Councillor Williams, Councillor Willens, Councillor Singh, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Fortini, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, and Chair Santos. Madam Chair, you do have quorum, and we can restart the meeting when you wish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I report in public session, or would like to ask the clerk to summarize and report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. Mr. Clerk, as a result of closed session today, could you provide a summary of any direction or information received?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So item 15.1, an open meeting exception under section 239(2)(c), (e), (f), and K of the Municipal Act. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and a litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. That matter was considered in closed session. Information was received, and procedural direction was given to refer that matter to City Council next week on May 5th. Item 15.2, which is an open meeting exception under section 239(2)(b), (e), and (f), excuse me, of the Municipal Act. Personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. This item was considered in closed session, information was received, and direction was given, including direction to refer a portion to council next week. And finally, the added item 15.3, which was under the open meeting exception of 2B and E, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal and local board employees, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. That matter was considered in closed session. Information was received and direction was given to staff. And that's the report out, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Our next item of business is adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet on Wednesday, May the 12th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion from Councillor Medeiros to adjourn today's meeting, that the Committee of Council do now adjourn to meet again on Wednesday, May 12th at 2020 at 9:30 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? I see none. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Please stay home, stay safe, stay healthy, get your vaccination.